Chapter 475. On the peak of a mountain 1,000 miles away. Zhao Feng stood in the night wind and his blue hair blew in the wind. His expression was dazed and his body was as stiff as a corpse. There was a silver-gray cat on his shoulder, yawning in boredom. Suddenly, a light flashed in Zhao Feng's gray eyes as his gaze returned from the clouds to his body. Using the eye of heaven from 1,000 miles away expends a lot of energy, but its power increases instead of decreasing. Zhao Feng's expression was slightly ugly, but he was overjoyed. If the members of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion knew Zhao Feng's current situation, who knew how helpless and shocked they would be. Chasing someone across space from 1,000 miles away was beyond the imagination of most eye bloodline techniques. However, at the same time, such a powerful secret technique would consume 10 times more soul power and eye bloodline power due to the long distance it covered. Luckily, after Zhao Feng absorbed the power of the wood spirit essence soul, his soul had become stronger than normal peak true lord ranks. After the evolution of the god's spiritual eye, Zhao Feng's control of his eye power had reached a new level and the amount of energy the eye of heaven used was slightly lower. After using the eye of heaven, Zhao Feng didn't chase after him even though he still had some energy left. He sat down on the ground and started to recover his eye bloodline power. While recovering, Zhao Feng even spent some time comprehending the Ice Imperial Spear and the Wind Lightning Stone Tablet. 1,000 miles away. The ancient temple in the depths of the cloud forest had become ruins. The members of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion had shocked expressions. Even though there were so many experts in the night, they didn't feel safe at all. Reporting to the chapter leader. Several experts in the branch who are best at anti-tracking have performed several powerful secret techniques to confirm that there are no abnormal auras after repeated investigations. A black figure half knelt on the ground. So. Soon, several more figures returned to the ruins, but none of them found anything. Preposterous. Division leader Beatty let out a deep roar, stirring up a sandstorm in the night. It was like the aura of a terrifying beast. Division master, I suspect that Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique can be used from very far away. Protector Yumo's voice was weak and cautious. Just now, she had been hit by Zhao Feng's bloodline eye technique, which had caused great damage to the branch. The black water giant python that she had carefully cultivated was also buried with her. Protector Yumo both feared and hated the owner of the Eye of Heaven. That makes sense. We have the advantage in numbers. Branch Master's battle prowess is unparalleled. No matter how strong that Zhao Feng is, he won't dare to take the risk. Protector Blood Corpse's eyes flickered and he nodded. Most of the Crimson Moon Masters present had a high level of insight, so they believed this inference somewhat. That's possible. After all, the Eye of Heaven doesn't have a physical form. But there's something suspicious. How did Zhao Feng find our secret hideout so precisely? Palace Lord Yulong's eyes suddenly went cold as he scanned over the members of the Scarlet Moon religion. Many of the instructors felt their hairs stand on end from Palace Lord Yulong's gaze. You're saying that there's a spy amongst us? Subdivision leader Beatty's voice was sharp as he licked his lips and revealed a cruel expression. Instantly, everyone from the Scarlet Moon religion sect looked at each other with vigilance. Palace Lord Yulong's suspicion made the atmosphere become heavier. Many people tensed up and didn't dare to be careless. This continued for half the night, but the Eye of Heaven didn't appear. On the other hand, subdivision leader Beatty started to investigate the members of the branch. Arg! A scream came from the ruins when the sky brightened. This is the third spy that the subdivision leader has killed. The protectors looked at each other. It's not a good idea to keep suspecting him. Palace Lord Yulong shook his head. He didn't know that the source of all this was himself. If it wasn't for the mark of the God Eye on him, Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to track and attack him so accurately. The next day, the sun was high up in the sky. The members of the Scarlet Moon religion had tired expressions as they hurried on their way. The best defense is offense. I don't believe that brat won't give in when we kill our way to the Broken Moon clan. Subdivision leader Beatty finally gave up on questioning and decided to attack. The protectors didn't object. Right now, the enemy was in the light while they were in the dark. This was the best strategy. So. The dozens of elites of the Scarlet Moon religion flew into the air and sat on flying beasts. The Eye of Heaven didn't appear for the next half a day. That brat's bloodline technique obviously requires him to pay a big price and can't be used continuously. The Scarlet Moon religion instructors couldn't help but laugh. The tense and oppressive atmosphere was somewhat relieved along the way. The morning of the second day. Some of the Scarlet Moon religion instructors suddenly felt a mental energy pressure. Raising his head, he saw a massive, cold, and illusory eye of nothingness coldly looking down at him from above. It appeared again. The hearts of the Scarlet Moon religion instructors shook. Most of them felt like they couldn't breathe. Everyone, watch out. The Scarlet Moon religion acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Brat. If you don't come here to die, I'll kill my way to the Broken Moon clan and annihilate your entire clan. Subdivision leader Beatty threatened with a cruel expression and killing intent. Shua, the rusty giant axe in his hand, brought with it a terrifying bloody aura as it slashed through the air. Although Subdivision leader Beatty's attack was strong and could easily kill normal True Lord ranks, it seemed to cut through the air and had no effect on the Eye of Heaven. This time, the Eye of Heaven lasted for 2 or 3 breaths and didn't attack the Scarlet Moon religion members. Shua. The Eye of Heaven, with a playful and mocking expression, suddenly disappeared. It left. The Scarlet Moon religion members couldn't help but let out a long breath. But in the next moment, the flying mounts under everyone's feet all let out miserable cries. Their minds were in chaos as they madly rushed to the ground. What's going on? Not good. Everyone, watch out. The members of the Scarlet Moon religion were in chaos. Many of them were injured by the wild flying beasts. So. Whoosh. Whoosh. Boom. Boom. These powerful flying spirit pets swooped down from the sky and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Even Subdivision leader Beatty's flying flaming giant lion was no exception. My furious lion. Subdivision leader Beatty's eyes bulged as he roared into the sky. At this moment in time, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi within a 10-mile radius started to tremble. This powerful aura made the True Lord ranks feel uneasy. The flying flaming giant lion under Subdivision leader Beatty's mount was comparable to a True Lord rank and was also a precious mount. However, just then, the flying flaming giant lion suddenly went berserk and threw him off. It charged toward the ground, leaving behind a pile of blood. How terrifying was the impact of diving down to the ground from such a high altitude. Putting aside True Lord ranks, even sovereigns at the Origin Core realm would shatter into pieces if they weren't prepared. Although the appearance of the Eye of Heaven didn't cause any casualties, it killed the flying beasts of the Scarlet Moon religion. At the very least, their main flying beasts were sacrificed. At the 3 heavens of the True Spirit realm, flying through the air was just the beginning. They didn't specialize in long-distance flying and needed flying mounts. This was especially true for those at the true human rank. Flying several hundred miles would cause their chi of true spirit to run dry. Only those at the True Lord rank had a thick source of true spirit and could fly several thousand miles in one go. A while later, the members of the Scarlet Moon religion calmed down and all had sad expressions. After all, their flying mounts had been with them for many years and had been raised by them. Reporting to Subdivision leader. Our main flying mounts have all been lost. If we use our backup mounts, we'll need at least half a month to reach the Broken Moon clan. A member of the demonic religion said with a sad expression. The protector-level powerhouses had solemn expressions and felt that this was a thorny problem. Although Zhao Feng's move didn't cause any casualties, it slowed down the speed of the demonic religion. This meant that the demonic religion would need at least twice the time to reach the Broken Moon clan. This Zhao Feng specializes in the Tao of the spirit. Could he be a beast tamer? Protector Yumo's eyes were filled with surprise. If it wasn't for this reason, there was no way to explain how Zhao Feng could kill the mounts of the demonic religion with his mental energy eye technique. A while later, the members of the demonic religion were on guard and kept their distance from each other. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. In this period of time, the Eye of Heaven had only appeared once and disappeared after half a breath. However, even then, the members of the demonic religion felt their hearts tremble. Even if we have to fly over, we'll annihilate the Broken Moon clan. We'll skin that Zhao Feng alive and make him taste all the pain in the world. Subdivision leader Beatty had a cruel expression. On the night of the 3rd day, Shua, the Eye of Heaven appeared out of nowhere, but its aura was extremely faint. It's appeared. The Scarlet Moon Religion's instructors exclaimed. Shua, the sound of wind piercing through the ear, piercing the soul as if a blade had sliced through the air. Watch out! Palace Lord Yulong suddenly had a familiar feeling and instinctively used his chi of true spirit to protect himself. However, when the sound of wind reached his ears, it was too late. Whoosh! A huge translucent green wind blade, like an invisible blade, slashed across without any warning. Arg! The man wearing the white robe, Protector Sanling, screamed. Before Protector Sanling could even activate his chi of true spirit, he was sliced in half by the blade. Sii. The members of the demonic religion took in a cold breath. Protector Sanling. He's dead. Everyone's hairs stood on end and they trembled. It was as if they were walking on a tightrope, and if they weren't careful, they would fall into eternal damnation. Shua! The Eye of Heaven finished its slash and disappeared with a sneer. The members of the demonic religion felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. However, the next instant, the situation changed. Wind Lightning God's Eye. The large Eye of Heaven appeared once again, but this time it was azure and its aura changed dramatically. Bam! A translucent ball of wind lightning flame landed on Protector Yumo's body and created a shocking explosion. Arg! The female in black screamed as her body was enveloped by the flame of wind and lightning. The attack pierced through the physical world and burned into her soul. The hearts of everyone present went numb. Protector Yumo only lasted for a breath or two before turning to dust. She didn't have Palace Lord Yulong's powerful bloodline, and after Zhao Feng reached the True Lord rank, the power of the Wind Lightning True Fire had increased. Chapter 476. In just a couple breaths, the Eye of Heaven had killed 2 protectors of the Scarlet Moon Religion. Shua! The Eye of Heaven's aura dimmed by over half and disappeared from the sky. Everyone from the Scarlet Moon Religion was filled with fear and uneasiness. Maybe death would descend upon them in the next instant. Brat! What's the big deal about shooting arrows in the back? If you have the guts, come out and fight. Subdivision leader Beatty's eyes bulged as he roared and released his peak True Lord rank cultivation that caused the Heaven-Earth Yuan Chi within a 10-mile radius to tremble and sand to fly. Protectors Yumo and Sanling had been killed and subdivision leader Beatty had lost his right and left arms. In the crowd, the remaining 2 True Lord ranks, Palace Lord Yulong and Protector Blood Corpse, looked at each other with shock. The power of Zhao Feng's Eye bloodline is much stronger than before. Such progress, could he have reached the True Lord rank? The 2 Palace Lords couldn't help but guess. They had both fought with Zhao Feng before and knew the power of his Eye bloodline. Of course, with Zhao Feng's cultivation, it wasn't surprising for him to have reached the True Lord rank. It was just that the two didn't expect Zhao Feng to break through and reach the early stage True Lord rank in one step. Several hundred miles away, on top of a giant tree. Humph. Who knows how many will be left alive when you reach the Broken Moon clan. Zhao Feng's face was slightly weak, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Over the past few days, Zhao Feng would recover his eye bloodline power after using the Eye of Heaven and return it to its peak state before his eye bloodline power ran out. Therefore, it was fine if Zhao Feng didn't attack, but every time he did, he would achieve something. Just now, when he killed two protectors of the Scarlet Moon religion, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline power dropped to the bottom. For the next 2 days, Zhao Feng sat down and continued to recover his eye bloodline power in preparation for his next attack. As for the remaining targets, it would be a little tricky. Subdivision leader Beatty's cultivation had reached the peak True Lord rank and his battle power was comparable to the deputy patriarch of the Iron Blood religion. Palace Lord Yulong and Protector Blood Corpse were both the thick-skinned type. Their defensive methods were especially strong. Palace Lord Yulong was the hardest to kill. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Inside the Sky Cloud Forest, the Scarlet Moon religion's members were like drowned chickens. For the past few days, the members of the evil cult were all on tenterhooks. No one could predict when the Eye of Heaven would pursue them again. Looking at the time, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline power should be recovering soon. The Blood Corpse Protector was on his guard. According to Zhao Feng's pattern, the next target was likely to be the Blood Corpse Protector. Subdivision leader Beatty and Palace Lord Yulong were obviously stronger, so it was more difficult to kill them. There's no way out. Even if we retreat, we won't be able to shake them off unless they give up. Palace Lord Yulong felt helpless. If it was the previous Zhao Feng, he still had the ability to fight him. However, Zhao Feng's strength had increased dramatically, and the Eye of Heaven made him feel helpless. Even though the 3 leaders of the subdivision were knowledgeable, they couldn't find a way to deal with the Eye of Heaven. No matter where we go, Zhao Feng will always be able to find us. Subdivision leader Beatty's expression kept on changing and he felt that something was wrong. Palace Lord Yulong guessed that there was a spy in the group, but the remaining members were all subdivision leader Beatty's trusted subordinates. Nighttime, Schwa. A familiar mental pressure came from the void above his head. The Eye of Heaven had appeared once again. The heartbeats of the Scarlet Moon religion members sped up, and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads as their hearts tensed up. Beatty, Yulong, and the Blood Corpse all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Unexpectedly, when the Eye of Heaven appeared this time, it didn't launch a fatal attack on one of the leaders like he had imagined. Die. Brat, die. The members of the demonic religion suddenly broke into chaos. Almost half of the elite's eyes went red as they charged toward a single target. Kill. These confused devil cult members crazily pounced on division leader Beatty without any regard for their lives. What? Subdivision leader Beatty's expression changed dramatically. Most of the members attacking him were at the true mystic rank. Eye of Heart. The Eye of Heaven in the air radiated a mysterious mental energy that made people fall into illusions. Swish. Swish. Subdivision leader Beatty let out an angry roar and swung the giant axe in his hand. In an instant, several elite members of the subdivision who were close to him were cut in half. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The other members of the demonic religion couldn't bear it and their hearts trembled. With subdivision leader Beatty's roar, the remaining members that had been enchanted seemed to wake up from a dream and were drenched in cold sweat. Too terrifying. The remaining members of the demonic religion had expressions of fear and uneasiness. Schwa. The Eye of Heaven disappeared from sight once again. Subdivision leader, if this continues, who knows how many will be left alive when we get to the Broken Moon clan. An elderly member of the devil cult said bitterly. The 3 leaders of the subdivision started to think. Such a terrifying star appeared in the cloud area. I've indeed underestimated the title of overwhelming prodigy. Even someone as strong as subdivision leader Beatty's hands trembled and his expression kept on changing. However, at this moment, there was no point in thinking or regretting. The remaining members of the demonic religion couldn't escape from the eye of heaven no matter what they did. If there really is a spy amongst us, splitting up might be a way out. Palace Lord Yulong suggested. No. If we split up, we might be defeated one by one. Apart from the subdivision leader, no one else will be able to escape death. Protector Blood Corpse immediately objected. He was worried that if he was left alone, the chances of Zhao Feng killing him were too high. There's no way out. Attack the Broken Moon clan. Subdivision leader Beatty roared as the anger, hatred, and killing intent in his heart reached a peak. What he didn't know was that splitting up was the best strategy. Once they split up, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye would only be able to pinpoint Palace Lord Yulong's location based on the god's eye mark. In this endless sky cloud forest, trying to find someone who couldn't sense anything was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Several days later. Unexpectedly, the eye of heaven didn't appear again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In these 5 days, the remaining members of the demonic religion seem to have gone through 5 long years of suffering. It still hasn't appeared. Will that Zhao Feng be merciful and not strike while the iron is hot? The members of the demonic religion didn't dare to be careless. On the 6th day, a small hill appeared at the edge of the forest. Subdivision leader Beatty seemed to sense something and his eyes locked onto a hill. On the hill, a blue-haired youth was basking in the blazing sun. He had a lazy expression on his face, as if he didn't care about anything. Who? Subdivision leader Beatty paused. He didn't know who it was. Zhao Feng. Nether Dragon and Blood Corpse, the leaders of the 2 divisions, exclaimed in shock. At this moment, they didn't know if they were happy or fearful. Zhao Feng. You're that Zhao Feng. Ha ha ha. Subdivision leader Beatty's oily face twitched as the anger and hatred he had suppressed for more than 10 days found an outlet. Yulong and Blood Corpse were both puzzled and didn't dare to attack. This Zhao Feng dares to fight us alone. He really did reach the True Lord rank. How is this possible, early stage True Lord rank? The two of them looked at each other with shock and fear on their faces. Dominating heaven raging demon slash. Division leader Beatty's bulky figure disappeared along with a violent gust of wind. Although he was a strength-based expert, his attacks were like lightning. Boom crack, a bottomless ravine appeared, extending for nearly a mile. At this point in time, dust covered everything within several miles. Hee hee. No wonder he's worthy of being a subdivision leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. A shrill sound of thunder and wind appeared in the sky behind him. With the naked eye, one could only see an azure ball of wind surrounded by arcs of lightning. A ripple of wind and lightning appeared under the feet of the blue-haired youth. What terrifying speed! He's more than twice as fast as last time. Palace Lord Yulong's heart dropped. Although subdivision leader Beatty's axe was unparalleled, it didn't hit Zhao Feng head-on. Chio! In the sky, a streak of wind and lightning became blurry and turned into an uncontrollable trajectory. Wind-lightning tornado. A dazzling dark cyan ball of light spread above his head in the shape of a whirlpool. It suddenly expanded and extended, creating an abyss-like tornado. Thunder and lightning wreaked havoc, and astral winds cut through it. The huge wind and thunder tornado descended from the sky and expanded to a radius of half a mile, covering all the members of the devil cult below. Arg! Endless screams reverberated in the air. In just an instant, more than half of the demonic religion members below were dead or injured. So, Palace Lord Yulong and Protector Blood Corpse roared as they charged out of the wind-lightning tornado. Palace Lord Yulong wasn't injured much. However, the weaker Protector Blood Corpse's body was covered in wounds and his face was pale white. Over the past half a month, I've been comprehending the Wind Lightning Stone Tablet and the Ice Imperial Spear while recovering my Eye Bloodline power. This Wind Lightning Tornado is an area of effect skill that I comprehended from the former. Zhao Feng's body floated in the air. The ripples of wind and lightning around him were much stronger than when he had just reached the True Lord rank. The reason why Zhao Feng didn't use his God's Spiritual Eye in the last 5 days was because of the abnormality of his God's Spiritual Eye. Within the dimension of his left eye, the serene pool finally extended to 100 feet. However, at this limit, the pond was as calm as water. However, in the depths of the pool, hidden waves were surging, brewing a tremendous surge of power. Just a bit more and Zhao Feng's Eye bloodline would reach the next level. It was because of this that Zhao Feng gave up on the easier method of teleporting and personally came to meet the experts of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. I'll try out what I've comprehended recently. The ripple of wind lightning under Zhao Feng's feet suddenly shook, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye like a bolt of lightning. Dominating Sky Limitless Slash. A giant blade of light twisted and instantly slashed toward where Zhao Feng was standing. This terrifying slash was enough to kill several normal True Lord ranks. Chapter 477. Dominating Sky Limitless Slash. That twisting giant axe light interweaved into a tyrannical blood-red aura that almost brushed past Zhao Feng's figure. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning flashed and appeared on the other side of the sky, revealing the figure of the blue-haired youth. The explosive power of this Scarlet Moon demonic religion subdivision leader has almost reached Yi Yenyu's level. The ripple of wind and lightning around Zhao Feng dimmed a bit. Although that terrifying slash just then didn't hit Zhao Feng directly, just the shockwave was enough to kill a peak True Mystic rank. Even peak True Lord ranks wouldn't dare to clash head-on with a strength-based expert like subdivision leader Beatty. Of course, since Zhao Feng had recently comprehended the Wind Lightning Tablet, he wouldn't lose in terms of offense either. Chio! Zhao Feng's figure turned into a blur of azure lightning and disappeared once more. His speed had reached a level where normal True Lord ranks couldn't even touch him. In the next instant, the sound of thunder and wind slicing came from subdivision leader Beatty's back. Wind lightning crackling slash. A blurry blue-haired figure slashed out a blade of wind and lightning that was 7 or 8 yards long. It was extremely condensed and was surrounded by arcs of lightning. Bam! Crackle! As the giant wind and thunder blade slashed through the air, dazzling sparks flew and thunderous explosions rang out. It was ear-splitting. Subdivision leader Beatty's expression became solemn as the axe in his hand turned into a wall of cold blood that clashed with Zhao Feng's attack head-on and created a soul-shaking explosion. In an instant, lightning and sand swept across a radius of 1 mile or 2 with the two at the center. Retreat! The nearby members of the demonic religion ran away with injuries on top of their injuries. Several of them were even killed by the shockwave from the two experts. After the dust settled, Chio! The howling lightning and remnant wind slashed through the air once more and the blue-haired youth condensed a blade of wind and lightning with a smile on his face. On the other hand, although subdivision leader Beatty wasn't injured, his hair was messy and there were some burnt marks on his clothes. Dominating Sky 10 Extermination slash. Subdivision leader Beatty angrily roared. The giant axe in his hand launched a fierce and violent attack. Dazzling giant axe lights flashed across the cold blood chi like a bloody cross of death. They overlapped and multiplied continuously. Wind thunder explosion. Zhao Feng wasn't afraid in the slightest. The wind and thunder wavy blade sphere in his hand suddenly shrank and expanded, howling as it shot out, creating a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens. With the naked eye, one could only see layers upon layers of wind and thunder light sweeping out, flames soaring into the sky. Within a few breaths, the two experts clashed repeatedly in the sky, and their auras were like thunder. Both of them were attacking each other, neither willing to admit defeat. Subdivision leader Beatty's battle power was unparalleled and could almost rival those at the true lord rank. Zhao Feng used the lightning quick attack technique. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he shuttled through the sky, advancing and retreating at will. The situation isn't good. This Zhao Feng has already grown to such a degree. He has the battle prowess to rival a branch master. The Blood Corpse and Dark Dragon looked at each other with shock on their faces. In the previous battle, they were wary and respectful of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. However, they thought that Zhao Feng's strength was mainly in his eye bloodline and his actual battle power wasn't strong. The scene in front of them once again changed their understanding of Zhao Feng. Division leader Beatty, who was in the middle of the battle, let out a deafening roar in the midst of the berserk attacks, but he could not gain any advantage. Zhao Feng's attacks were like lightning. They were too fast. His speed and trajectory were unpredictable. Although subdivision leader Beatty had unparalleled power and offense, he was gradually forced into a passive state. Zhao Feng's mobility suppressed subdivision leader Beatty and he held the initiative. Every time he attacked, he targeted division leader Beatty's flaws, which were hard to detect. Even the slightest opening would be taken advantage of by Zhao Feng and forced subdivision leader Beatty to use more qi of true spirit with a small price. "What are you two just standing there for?" Subdivision leader Beatty roared. After this battle, subdivision leader Beatty was extremely frustrated. Although he was strong, he was being led by the nose by Zhao Feng. "Go!" Protector Blood Corpse and Palace Lord Yulong didn't hesitate anymore and turned into two streaks of light that pincer attacked Zhao Feng. "Hee, I'll fight 1 against 3 and you'll be convinced." The light laughter of the blue-haired youth sounded in the wind and lightning. "Arrogant! Brat, die!" Protector Blood Corpse and Palace Lord Yulong entered the battlefield. Chio, the ripples of wind and lightning on Zhao Feng's body suddenly released a dazzling light. As he flew, countless rings of wind and chains of lightning swept in every direction. The moment the two leaders of the subdivision got close, they felt the strong wind pressure and the lightning caused their bodies to go numb. Dominating Sky Limitless Slash. Subdivision leader Beatty slashed out from behind and the two leaders of the subdivision attacked from both sides. Zhao Feng laughed faintly as he flashed past Protector Blood Corpse and Palace Lord Yulong Pa. The lightning exploded and Protector Blood Corpse was kicked to the ground by Zhao Feng, his body smoking. This aura of wind lightning. When Palace Lord Yulong and Zhao Feng clashed, they felt a terrifying aura of wind lightning envelop their bodies. They were pushed back dozens of yards and their bodies went numb. In just 1 or 2 moves, Zhao Feng had easily pushed them back and even injured the two leaders of the subdivision. Cunning brat. Subdivision leader Beatty's axe came slashing over, but because he was worried about Palace Lord Yulong and Protector Blood Corpse, he was restrained. Zhao Feng stood still and didn't retreat. His dark blue hair became eerily silent. When a layer of dark blue water appeared around Zhao Feng's body. It was as if he was an ocean that rippled endlessly and was accompanied by a layer of lightning. Break! Zhao Feng clasped his hands together and circulated his bloodline power. A wave of dark blue water appeared and met subdivision leader Beatty's axe head-on. At that moment, the blue-haired youth in front of him was like a calm lake that was surging with raging waves. Boom! The axe and Zhao Feng clashed in the air and the two terrifying forces clashed. This brat's bloodline technique contains such power. Although subdivision leader Beatty's axe only contained 80% of his full power, it was blocked by Zhao Feng. He even felt a huge wave of impact, as well as the corrosion of wind and thunder. The water bloodline originates from the endless ocean. Softness can counter hardness, and anger can devour the heavens and earth. Information from the Ice Imperial Spear appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. The information from the Ice Imperial Spear was related to ice and water. Ice and water came from the same source. Between them, the power of water was even greater. Only with the power of water as the foundation could ice be formed. In order to comprehend ice, one had to have the foundation of water. In front of him, Zhao Feng used his newly comprehended bloodline technique and dug out the explosive power of his water bloodline. In the air, Subdivision Leader Beatty and Zhao Feng were in a stalemate. The giant axe couldn't advance any further. Zhao Feng's hands seemed to be an extension of the ocean, able to contain all rivers. Although Subdivision Leader Beatty's power was strong, it was being absorbed by Zhao Feng's water bloodline. "Why aren't you two coming over?" Subdivision Leader Beatty circulated his chi of true spirit and roared. The eyes of Subdivision Leader Blood Corpse and Protector Yulong lit up. At this moment, Zhao Feng and Subdivision Leader Beatty were evenly matched. This was a great opportunity. "Brat, die. Kill." Protector Blood Corpse and Palace Leader Yulong closed in on Zhao Feng from the left and right. The interference of these two true lord ranks was enough to turn the tide of the battle. "Ha ha ha, arrogant brat. Prepare to die under my axe." Subdivision Leader Beatty laughed with a smug expression. The muscles on his body were like lumps of metal, and they radiated a terrifying physical strength. In front of this giant figure, Zhao Feng seemed extremely small. If it wasn't for the fact that he had comprehended the water bloodline technique, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to fight against such power. Right at this moment, the two true lord ranks arrived in front of Zhao Feng. Ice and water conversion. Zhao Feng's blue hair blew in the wind and a cold intent swept across the area. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's left eye turned icy, and his bloodline power instantly transformed into a bone-chilling cold light. Cold. Subdivision Leader Beatty, who was right next to Zhao Feng, felt a strange coldness. The axe in his hand was first covered in a layer of frost before the coldness spread to his body. "Ice sealing death zone." Zhao Feng exclaimed coldly, and a tall figure of ice appeared behind him. It had a crown on its head and held a giant black sword in its hand as it stood on a throne of ice. Hu Shua. A terrifying dark blue cold wind accompanied by flickering lightning engulfed everything within a radius of several hundred feet. Subdivision Leader Beatty, who was at the front, felt his body go numb as a layer of frost appeared on his body. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to resist the terrifying freezing power of his bloodline that had formed after water turned to ice. With Zhao Feng as the center, everything within a 50-yard radius was engulfed by the cold wind and lightning. The cold wind and numbing electricity could instantly stop normal True Lord ranks. Not good. Protector Blood Corpse and Palace Lord Yulong, who were close to him, were stunned. Their bodies went cold as they felt a strong numbness. C. Protector Blood Corpse's cultivation was the lowest and could only last 1 or 2 breaths before his body started to freeze. He had the body of a corpse and couldn't resist after being frozen by the coldness. On the other hand, Subdivision Leader Beatty was connected to Zhao Feng, so his body started to freeze as the coldness seeped into his body. He still had a terrified expression on his face. Time passed by slowly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. A radius of several dozen yards with Zhao Feng as the center was enveloped by the ice-sealing death domain. Everything within this area was frozen. This included Zhao Feng himself. His body was covered in a layer of ice, but there was an occasional ripple of water. This move, Frozen Death Domain, doesn't just come from the Ice Imperial Spear, it also uses Goddess Bing Wei's bloodline secret art. Zhao Feng was like an ice statue as he sealed the 3 patriarchs of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. Back at the sacred True Dragon Gathering, Goddess Bing Wei wanted to kill Zhao Feng and used a profound secret technique to seal Zhao Feng forever. She almost succeeded. At this moment, a similar scene was replicated and even more successfully. Zhao Feng's ice sealing was mainly aimed at the subdivision leader. His hands were originally connected to the giant iron axe, turning water into ice. When he launched this move, it formed the mother and child chain move, which was faster and more powerful than simply launching the ice seal. The Scarlet Moon Subdivision Leader, Protector Blood Corpse, and Palace Lord Yulong all fell into the hole. Chapter 478. The sun set in the west. Under the dim afterglow, the frozen mountain that was wreaking havoc with cold air reflected a dreamy, crystal-like blue light. Within the layer of ice, there were 4 lifelike human-shaped ice sculptures that had been standing there for a long time without moving. This process lasted for an entire hour. So more than a dozen figures suddenly flew over from the direction of the 13 countries. "Old Su, look!" In the crowd, a young man in a brocade robe pointed at the icebound hill and exclaimed in a low voice. Next to the youth in brocade was a beauty in a blue dress. She had a gentle and elegant aura. "Brother Zhao is in the ice." The expression of the beauty in blue changed dramatically. "Jean, don't come close." Old Su's expression changed as he waved his hand to stop the group. Far away, the small mountain of ice gave off a bone-chilling coldness, and the wind within a mile radius howled like knives. Those below the true spirit realm couldn't even get close to the small mountain of ice. Just the cold wind alone was enough to threaten their lives. "Master, why is Brother Zhao sealed in ice with these people? Who are those people?" Princess Jean barely managed to calm herself down as she stared at the blue-haired youth in the ice. Old Su inspected for a while, and his expression became solemn. The shock in his eyes became stronger and stronger. The members of the Dragon-Killing Alliance all held their breaths. They seemed to understand that the scene in front of them wasn't normal. A long time later, Old Su took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of respect and admiration. "Zhao Feng, I didn't think you could do this. You even sealed the Scarlet Moon Subdivision Leader and the other 2 in ice." Scarlet Moon Subdivision Leader. Scarlet Moon Demonic Religion. The members of the Dragon-Killing Alliance all revealed expressions of fear. It was obvious that they didn't expect the 3 sealed with Zhao Feng to have such a big background. Big Brother Zhao and the Scarlet Moon Branch Leader experienced a thrilling battle and finally sealed them in ice. But he himself. Princess Jin's face was filled with joy and worry as she looked deeply at the blue-haired youth who seemed to be sealed in ice. Scarlet Moon Subdivision Leader. A person of this level was only a legend to the experts of the continent. Several hundred years ago, the Scarlet Moon Demonic Religion's 12 halls and 108 divisions swept across the continent, reaching unprecedented glory. When the Scarlet Moon Demonic Sect was at its peak, a single division could easily destroy several strong countries. The scene in front of them was a battle between the overwhelming prodigy of the continent and the legendary Scarlet Crescent Subdivision Leader. All of this sounded utterly unbelievable to the people of the Dragon-Killing Alliance. While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but feel excited. "Everyone retreat. Do not come within 5 kilometers of the frozen layer," Old Su ordered. With his realm senses, it wasn't hard for him to discover that there were still signs of life in the ice, especially that Zhao Feng, in the center. Princess Jean and the others retreated without hesitation. Everyone understood that in a battle at the level of Scarlet Moon's Division Master, their existence wouldn't be of much help. The only one who had the ability to intervene was Old Su. However, even someone as powerful as Old Su did not dare to act rashly as he stared at the 4 people sealed in the ice layer. This layer of ice was created by Zhao Feng at a great cost, and he succeeded more than half of it. "If I were to interfere..." Old Su had a solemn expression. At this point in time, the 3 in the ice layer hadn't completely lost their ability to resist. This was especially so for the Scarlet Moon Subdivision Leader. Although he was sealed in ice, there were still powerful true force undulations coming from his body. The other 2. Protector Blood Corpse seemed to have fainted and lost his ability to resist. On the other hand, Palace Lord Yulong had a strong bloodline and life force, so he still had a sliver of resistance. If it was just the Scarlet Moon subdivision leader, I would have succeeded. But with Palace Lord Yulong and Protector Blood Corpse, the difficulty has doubled, especially Palace Lord Yulong. Zhao Feng, who was in the middle of the ice layer, started to mutter in his heart. Of the three he had sealed in ice, Palace Lord Yulong's bloodline was extremely strong, and it had absorbed a lot of Zhao Feng's bloodline power. Zhao Feng, what help do you need? Old Su asked. Zhao Feng finally noticed Old Su and company. He had sealed the three of them and isolated them from the outside world. If that's the case, the arrival of Old Su and company gave Zhao Feng a new plan. When he fought the three before, he had to hold back and not let his eye bloodline or true force run out of energy. However, with the help of a true lord rank, it was more than enough. Old Su. You stay here and deal with the aftermath. Everyone else, retreat 100 miles. Zhao Feng's voice sounded in Old Su's mind. Okay. Old Su thought for a while and immediately ordered the Dragon-Killing Alliance to retreat 100 miles. He himself stayed at the edge of the 10-mile radius and killed the remaining members of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. Zhe. Zhao Feng, let's see how long your bloodline power can last. I've reached the true spirit realm for more than 100 years and my peak true lord rank source of true spirit is more than double yours. You'll definitely lose if we fight a long battle. Although the Scarlet Moon demonic religion subdivision leader couldn't speak, he could still communicate with his spiritual sense. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change. In terms of source of true spirit, there was indeed a huge difference between him and the subdivision leader. Ice and water change. Zhao Feng's bloodline aura and left eye started to change. The ice-cold air suddenly melted like warm water. Even the layers of ice in the surroundings were melting rapidly. The ice is melting. The Scarlet Moon demonic religion subdivision leader and Palace Lord Yulong revealed joy. What surprised the two was that Zhao Feng was the one doing this. Water Moon Sword. Zhao Feng circulated what little remained of his bloodline power and formed a sword that looked like water. Go. Zhao Feng's eyes focused as he stabbed forward. The ripple-like longsword was completely unimpeded in the melted ice water. Shwa. The water-rippling sword stabbed into the subdivision leader. Wu. The subdivision leader's body froze. At this moment, he was about to break through the ice. The water-rippling sword had already pierced into the subdivision leader's body. Blood Fiend demonic body. The Scarlet Moon demonic religion subdivision leader's eyes turned red as the chi of true spirit in his body started to boil. On top of that, dark demonic patterns started to appear on his skin and the toughness of his body doubled. His aura also increased dramatically. Bam! A powerful aura exploded as the subdivision leader waved his arms and the surrounding ice instantly shattered. Water to ice. Zhao Feng circulated the last bit of his bloodline power and the water-rippling sword that had pierced into the subdivision leader's body instantly turned into ice. Shwa! The water-rippling sword became extremely sharp and pierced through the subdivision leader's chest. Arg! The subdivision leader screamed and used a secret technique to melt the ice sword in his body. However, this caused the injuries in his body to multiply and his life force to almost disappear. Death was right in front of him. Unless he had the life-returning grass or the elixir of life, even an Origin Core Realm sovereign wouldn't be able to save him. So. The subdivision leader turned into a streak of blood and sped through the air. Run! Palace Lord Yulong was the second to use a secret technique and sped through the forest. Save me! The Blood Corpse Protector had just woken up and his body was stiff. He hadn't recovered his ability to move and was currently circulating his chi of true spirit. Blade of Wind and Lightning. Zhao Feng's palm slashed out and a blade of wind and lightning sliced the Blood Corpse Protector in half. Then, His eyes locked onto the escaping subdivision leader and Palace Lord Yulong. The subdivision leader's injuries are fatal and Palace Lord Yulong only has 70% of his peak strength. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. At this moment in time, the subdivision leader and Palace Lord Yulong ran in two different directions. Don't leave a single one alive. Zhao Feng was decisive. According to logic, the subdivision leader had no chance of survival. However, just in case, Zhao Feng decided to kill him first. As for Palace Lord Yulong, he had Zhao Feng's God's Eye mark, so there was no rush. Wings of wind and lightning. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and circulated his qi of wind and lightning in a profound way. When wind and lightning howled across heaven and earth. Lightning flashed behind Zhao Feng's back and started to condense into the shape of a pair of azure wings. Wings of wind and lightning. This is the secret technique that the Wind Lightning Emperor used to be known for. I've only comprehended a bit of it, but it can increase my speed by at least 50%. The sound of wind and lightning behind Zhao Feng resonated with the wind and lightning yuan qi of heaven and earth. In just 1 or 2 breaths' time, the wings of wind and lightning on Zhao Feng's back started to glow brighter. What kind of secret technique is that? It uses the power of wind and lightning to form wings of wind and lightning. Old Su's expression changed dramatically. 10 miles away, Princess Jean and the other members of the Dragon Killing Alliance all felt the terrifying aura radiating from the wings of wind and lightning. No one doubted that Zhao Feng's speed and agility would increase dramatically with this pair of wings, and he would be able to chase after the remnants of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. However, a few breaths later, the blue-haired youth floated in the air and didn't move. When the wings formed from the power of wind and lightning suddenly dimmed. What's going on? Old Su, Princess Jean, and company were puzzled. You're lucky. The power of wind and lightning on Zhao Feng's body suddenly dissipated, and he revealed a tired expression. The end of the wings of wind and lightning wasn't just because of his lack of understanding of the secret technique, but also because of another reason. Within the dimension of his left eye, the 100 feet of deathly still pond surged with dark waves, but it began to shake violently. When the flow of eye bloodline power in the deep blue pond seemed to boil as it suddenly rose and overflowed. Gurgle, gurgle. The deep blue water in the pool surged like water from a dead end, and it continued to expand and spread outwards. I'm going to break through the limit of 10 yards and enter a new level. Zhao Feng inwardly muttered to himself. Overcome by intense exhaustion, his body swayed as he landed on the ground. When Old Su and company arrived, Zhao Feng signaled them. Understood. Old Su nodded his head, and Princess Jean immediately came over to support Zhao Feng. Old Su and company seemed to be used to this. Zhao Feng smiled and didn't hold on any longer. He fell into Princess Jin's warm embrace and fell asleep. The Iron Dragon Alliance has lost. Return to the Broken Moon clan. Old Su glanced at the direction that the subdivision leader and Palace Lord Yulong had escaped in before leading everyone to retreat. At the same time, within the dimension of his left eye. Chapter 479. Several days later. The Dragon Killing Alliance, led by Old Su, returned to the Cloud Country and arrived at the Broken Moon clan. In the Cloud area, the Broken Moon clan became the core of fighting against the Iron Dragon Alliance. In just a few short months, the Broken Moon clan's forces had doubled and reached a level that hadn't been seen in several hundred years. They were now one of the top clans in the 13 clans. After returning to the Cloud Country, Zhao Feng was still in a deep sleep and Princess Jean and company were taking care of him. As for Old Su, he stayed in the Cloud Country and mobilized the Dragon Killing Alliance's forces to clear out the 13 countries. Everything went as Old Su had expected. The Iron Dragon Alliance that had lost their backbone was like a pile of loose sand. The forces of the 13 countries started to crumble one by one. Among them, Song Yue of the Cloud Sword clan joined in and killed her way into the Iron Dragon country. No one could stop her. Ever since the battle with Zhao Feng, Song Yue's cultivation and mastery of the sword had increased greatly and no one was her match. Of course, there was another reason for this. At this moment, almost all of the major figures of the Iron Dragon Alliance had been killed or injured by Zhao Feng. There was no one left to manage the situation. This could be predicted. The situation in the cloud area would be reversed and overturned in the next few days. A month after Zhao Feng fell asleep, the Dragon-Killing Alliance led many forces to attack the two strong countries. First, the Sky-Rich Strong country was taken back by the Dragon-Killing Alliance. After all, the foundation of the Dragon-Killing Alliance was the Sky-Rich 7 clans, and Old Su was one of the leaders of the Sky-Rich 7 clans. Therefore, they were able to kill their way back to the Sky-Rich Strong country. After taking back the Sky-Rich Strong country, the Dragon-Killing Alliance's fame completely surpassed the Iron Dragon Alliance's. Then, one day, the Dragon-Killing Alliance encountered an obstacle in their march. Iron Dragon country, in the middle of a desert. An eerie and huge ancient castle stood amidst the surging yellow sand and dust. Layers of skeletons covered the ground, creating a ghastly sight. Old Su. This castle is the base of the Iron Dragon Alliance and there are many remnants of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion inside. We've attacked a few times and suffered heavy losses. We haven't made any progress. Several figures at the true mystic rank stood silently in the sand with bitter expressions. Old Su stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the eerie castle not far away. The entire castle was shrouded in a terrible sandstorm. The surface of the castle was shrouded in a layer of weird gray smoke, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Those with cultivations below the true spirit realm would start to rot the moment they came in contact with the black smoke around the castle, leaving behind a pile of white bones. The surroundings of the ancient castle were littered with skeletons, which could be seen from this. Half a day later, whoosh! A sandstorm howled in front of the castle. The 2,000 elites of the Dragon-Killing Alliance remained silent, but they couldn't take another step forward. Reporting to Elder Su, 50 to 60 people have already died to the gray smoke. An hour ago, a true mystic rank and 4 at the true human rank went into the castle to investigate but there was no news of them. The news reached the core of the Dragon-Killing Alliance. Old Su pondered for a long time, sizing up the castle in the yellow sand. Every time he scanned the castle with his spiritual sense, Old Su would feel a sense of coldness and uneasiness. At a certain moment, whoosh, a cold-looking, pitch-black youth flew over from the clouds. Lin Tong, you've come at the right time. Do you know anything about this strange ancient castle? Old Su and company looked toward the black-robed youth. In theory, Lin Tong was Zhao Feng's servant and didn't need to listen to the Dragon-Killing Alliance. But this time, Old Su sent someone to urge Lin Tong. This castle was left behind by the Scarlet Moon demonic religion a long time ago. Even I don't know its mysterious origins. The array around the castle is called the Devouring Spirit 10,000 Withering Array. Lin Tong explained. Devouring Spirit 10,000 Withering Array. The hearts of the upper echelon went cold when they heard these words. The piles of bones in front of the castle lived up to the name of the Devouring Spirit 10,000 Withering Array. Devouring Spirit 10,000 Withering Array. I've heard of this array before. It comes from the Scarlet Moon demonic religion and apparently can ignore numbers. An elder at the true mystic rank couldn't help but sigh bitterly. Not only is this array not afraid of numbers, it can also devour the blood aura of living beings to increase its power. No matter how many people you send to attack, it'll just be feeding you. Lin Tong didn't have any sympathy and acted as if it didn't concern him. The upper echelon of the Dragon-Killing Alliance were instantly unhappy and had dark expressions. This Lin Tong was still a genius of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion before he had submitted to Zhao Feng. Now, his gloating expression made the people who had just suffered a setback very angry and displeased. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Tong was Zhao Feng's servant, they would have attacked and killed him already. Old Su said deeply, "Brother Zhao, have you woken up? Master woke up 10 days ago, or else I wouldn't have listened to his orders and come here." Lin Tong loosened his shoulders. He had only submitted to Zhao Feng because his life was threatened. Apart from Zhao Feng, Lin Tong wouldn't listen to anyone else's orders. No wonder. Everyone came to a sudden understanding. This Lin Tong had an eccentric and unsociable nature, and he wouldn't easily give in to others. So Brother Zhao has already woken up. But when will he arrive? Old Su let out a breath. Logically speaking, Zhao Feng wouldn't ignore the situation in the cloud area after waking up. Master is currently cultivating. It will take at least 10 days to half a month, and at most a month or two before he comes out. Lin Tong had an indifferent expression. Does Brother Zhao have anything to say? Old Su asked. Master said that he won't stay for long after coming out of seclusion and will leave the cloud area. Lin Tong answered. Leave the cloud area? The crowd was startled. What was going on? One had to know that the dragon-killing alliance was facing a huge problem. As long as the nest of the Scarlet Moon Iron Dragon wasn't destroyed, it would be a great threat to the cloud area. Could it be that Zhao Feng is so confident that he can instantly destroy the nest of the Scarlet Moon Iron Dragon after coming out of seclusion? Some of the upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance were stunned. Lin Tong stood there with his hands behind his back and didn't say anything. He was slightly disdainful of the questioning. However, his thoughts fell into a short memory, and fear appeared on his face. The scene in his mind, Zhao Feng's left eye released a wisp of eye bloodline aura after waking up. Lin Tong was still scared even now. Everyone, stay where you are. Don't attack. Old Su gave the order. Old Su decided to wait for another 10 to 15 days before considering attacking the castle. The change in Lin Tong's expression didn't escape Old Su's eyes. When Zhao Feng comes out of seclusion next time, his strength will definitely increase greatly. But why does he suddenly want to leave the cloud area? Old Su was puzzled. Lin Tong, who was standing on the side, closed his eyes and didn't say anything. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. So. Two sharp auras came from the other side of the desert. A wisp of terrifying sword intent could be faintly sensed from the sound of something tearing through the air. It seemed to have traveled through the air along with its owner's will. Zhang Yue. The number one expert of the sword in the cloud area. The experts in front of the castle couldn't help but exclaim. One of them was a beautiful girl dressed in plain clothes, Zhang Yue. Following her was a beautiful middle-aged woman in white. Not good. It's that woman again. Lin Tong's heart jumped and he shuddered. Last time in front of the Broken Moon clan, this elder Bai wanted to kill him. If it wasn't for Zhao Feng appearing in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Devouring Spirit 10,000 Withering Array. Elder Bai's expression changed drastically as he stared at the eerie castle that was surrounded by white bones and blurted out. She was indeed worthy of being an elder of the 10,000 Sword Clan. She immediately recognized the origin of the array. Elder Bai, is this array very powerful? Zhang Yue's voice contained confidence. Numbers are useless against this array and will only increase its power. The only way to break this array is to rely on peak experts to charge in and destroy the eye of the array. But if there's an extremely powerful expert in the castle, then it'll be troublesome. Elder Bai's expression was solemn. For some reason, there was an obscure aura in the ancient castle that made Elder Bai feel uneasy. There was an indescribable pressure. Time passed. More and more experts and elites gathered in front of the castle. During this period of time, there were some experts who thought themselves to be extraordinary and entered the ancient castle to explore. However, the result was undoubtedly that they did not return. On the dragon-killing alliance's side, Old Su had a calm expression and didn't move. At the same time, within a secret hall in the Broken Moon clan, when the blue-haired youth's eyes were closed as he slowly opened his palms and released a cold aura. This circle of cold air was lustrous and translucent, and it contained a power that could freeze one's soul. Appear. With a whing, a half-transparent ice-blue spear shadow appeared in the youth's palm. The instant the ice-blue spear shadow appeared, the air nearby started to tremble. An indescribably terrifying chill permeated and sealed off this area. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi was completely frozen in an instant. This terrifying aura was enough to make true Lord rank suffocate. I can finally use a wisp of the Ice Imperial Spear Fragments aura. If this was before my God's spiritual eye broke through, my bloodline power definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and was overjoyed. At this moment in time, the figure of the ice-blue spear appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, and it was similar to the tattered figure of the Ice Imperial Spear. The joy from this breakthrough wasn't any weaker than the God's spiritual eye's breakthrough. This lasted for half a breath. Shwa! The tattered image of the earth-grade weapon in Zhao Feng's hand instantly disappeared. His expression was slightly tired as he closed his eyes. Within the dimension of his left eye, a small lake that was dozens of yards wide filled with dark blue water was as calm as a mirror. With a thought from Zhao Feng, a mysterious whirlpool in the center of the lake started to spin and cause the entire lake to change. At this point, after Zhao Feng returned to the cloud area, his God's spiritual eye finally broke through. The dimension of his left eye was now in the shape of a lake that was 14 or 15 yards wide. Not only that. Back in the Purple Saint ruins, the God's spiritual eye had absorbed some of the remaining wood spirit soul essence and it had also finished absorbing it this time. Otherwise, the stream of water wouldn't have broken through to 15 yards in one go. Even Zhao Feng didn't know how strong his soul had become, but he was sure that it was stronger than Lu Tianyi, who was at the half-step origin core realm. When Zhao Feng spread his arms and two dazzling figures of wind and lightning condensed behind him, forming a pair of half-transparent wings of wind and lightning. Chapter 480. A pair of wings of wind and lightning appeared on Zhao Feng's back and gently flapped, causing the wind to howl and lightning to crackle. That wisp of aura even penetrated the hall and resonated strongly with the wind-lightning origin chi of the world. At this point in time, the wings of wind and lightning on Zhao Feng's back were much more condensed and stable than last time. The wings of wind and lightning I've condensed right now is just an outline and can only assist in flying. The true, Tempest wings in the inheritance of the Tempest Ancient Tablet, can not only assist in flight, but it can also activate some powerful lightning wings combat skills. It even possesses various legendary abilities, such as the ability to travel thousands of kilometers in a breath, fly to outer space, and travel through space. Admiration appeared on Zhao Feng's face. The wind-lightning ancient tablet in his mind contained a vast amount of information and had even formed its own mental energy world. However, Zhao Feng had only comprehended close to 1% of the wind-lightning ancient tablet's inheritance. Within his dantian, the core of his source of true spirit would occasionally flicker with a faint purple aura, and the flame of true spirit contained within had slightly increased in power. Pale-colored wind lightning, azure wind lightning, purple wind lightning, scarlet wind lightning, golden wind lightning, these were the increasing power of the wind lightning ancient steel. Because of the lightning wind palm and the lightning inheritance, Zhao Feng's mastery of the azure wind lightning had almost reached a certain level. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside the hall, "Chapter Leader Zhao, you've finally come out of seclusion. When will we return to the Canopy Great Country?" It seemed that the aura of Zhao Feng using the wings of wind and lightning had alarmed the people outside. Shwa! Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as the wings of wind and lightning on his back suddenly disappeared. With a tchio, his figure disappeared from the hall. Outside the hall, a male and female stood side by side on Zhao Feng's left and right with expectant expressions. Jiang Sanfeng, Dai Yi, I've already said that I'll return to the Canopy Great Country after dealing with the cloud area. Zhao Feng said faintly. He wasn't surprised by the existence of this male and female. So, while Zhao Feng was asleep, the two geniuses of the Iron Blood religion that had participated in the sacred True Dragon gathering had arrived at the 13 countries and asked about the Broken Moon clan. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Ye's results in the sacred True Dragon gathering were unexpectedly good. This was mainly because Zhao Feng had protected them in the second stage of the sacred True Dragon gathering, allowing them to keep their True Dragon token and last until the end. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi had returned from the Outerium inheritance a few months ago. Of course, the inheritances that the two of them entered were all ordinary small inheritances that were relatively safe. Even so, after returning to the continent, Jiang Sanfeng and Xiao Luo's cultivation had improved tremendously, allowing them to be ranked among the top geniuses of the continent. Division Lord Zhao. After the sacred True Dragon gathering, there was no news of you, but the Deputy Patriarch didn't give up and sent people to investigate. There are many forces on the continent that are concerned about your whereabouts. Jiang Sanfeng smiled bitterly. Yeah, we came to Cloud to try our luck and complete our mission. We didn't think that the Division Lord would really be here, but you were either sleeping or in seclusion, ignoring us. Dai Yi said coquettishly with a wronged expression. Complete my mission. Is the Deputy Patriarch sure that I didn't die in the Outerium inheritance? Zhao Feng said with a strange expression. Not sure, but the Deputy Patriarch asked to see the 6 Warlock Divine Sage. Maybe he gave us some pointers. The two shook their heads and weren't too sure. 6 Warlock Divine Sage. Zhao Feng squinted his eyes and his god's spiritual eye suddenly sensed something. Back in the Canopy Great Country, he had heard of the 6 Warlock Divine Sage more than once. According to rumors, Empress Qin was the disciple of the 6 Warlock Divine Sage. Relax. Even if you didn't rush me, I would still return to the Canopy Great Country. But before that, we need to clear out the threat in the cloud area. Zhao Feng interrupted the two's complaints. The cloud area was like a backwater for the two who came from the Canopy Great Country. There were very few resources here and the heaven-earth yuan qi was thin. The effect of cultivating here was far inferior to the sacred lands of the great countries. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi didn't want to stay here any longer. 2 days later, the Iron Dragon Great Country was in a desolate desert. The enormous ancient castle stood in the middle of the yellow sand. The grayish-black smoke that lingered on its surface didn't decrease but increased instead, giving off a sinister atmosphere. Layers of bones were piled up in front of the castle. The several thousand elites of the Dragon-Killing Alliance had surrounded the castle. However, even then, the Dragon-Killing Alliance didn't feel any sense of safety or victory. Clang! 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 A few streaks of dazzling sword light slashed into the gray mist around the castle. Cracks instantly appeared on the mist in that area, and it dispersed quite a bit. In the sky, Zhang Yuyue and Elder Bai were currently attacking. Their powerful sword attacks caused the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array to shake. This was especially so for Elder Bai. Every time she waved her hand, a ray of sword light would appear and could be seen from 10 miles away. This Elder Bai is indeed worthy of being from the #1 sword clan in the northern continent. A casual attack from her has unparalleled battle power. There's probably no true lord rank in the cloud area that can block one of her attacks. The upper echelon of the Dragon-Killing Alliance, including Old Su and company, respected Elder Bai. At least, no one present had the confidence to block one of Elder Bai's attacks. That Zhang Yuyue is also terrifying. She has obtained the 7-sword inheritance and her sword intent is shocking. A full-powered attack from her might be able to kill an early-stage true lord rank. This girl's potential is immeasurable. She might be able to reach Sword Saint Yi Wuxia's level in the future. In the sky. The strength that Elder Bai and Song Yue displayed made the upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance look up to them. However, the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array was harder to deal with than imagined. Although the attacks of the two girls could easily cut through the grey mist, they only needed to pause for a few breaths for the mist to quickly heal. As long as there's enough primal crystal stones and the chi of death, the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array will be able to regenerate itself. Lin Tong looked from afar with a cold expression. It was obvious that the Scarlet Moon demonic religion's stronghold had a thick air of death. The piles of bones around the castle was proof of this. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Elder Bai waved his sleeve, and the sword light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth formed a magnificent sword glow. The power of this sword caused the sun and moon to pale. The experts outside the castle felt as if their hearts had been pierced by thousands of sword lights. The power of this sword has probably almost surpassed the true lord rank. Old Su's heart shook. Of all the experts he knew, no one had displayed such terrifying battle power, including Zhao Feng who had returned to the cloud area. Everyone only saw a wave of dazzling swordlight charge into the castle like an endless wave. Around the castle, a large area of grayish-black mist dissipated, revealing the interior of the castle. 10,000 sword technique. It's been several hundred years, but I can still see this sword technique of my old enemy. Destiny. A deep and mysterious voice sounded from the depths of the castle. That voice wasn't cold. In fact, it was very light. However, there was a strange and eerie feeling to it. The hearts of the several thousand elites in front of the castle shook. Those at the true spirit realm had extremely sharp senses, and their souls trembled uneasily. The deep voice contained a terrifying power that could pierce through one's soul. Who are you? Elder Bai's expression changed slightly. The aura from the depths of the castle made even her, who was at the peak true lord rank, feel uneasy. Oh! In the sky above the ancient castle, a human-shaped skeleton suddenly appeared. Its bones were gold and silver, and two deep red flames were dancing in its eye sockets. It was at the center of the layers of fog. The mysterious skeleton's eyes met Elder Bai's, and the latter seemed to be struck by lightning. That mental energy aura, could it be from an origin core realm? No. It's at most at the half-step origin core realm, or else it wouldn't need to use the array. Elder Bai's eyes twinkled as she let out a breath. As long as the opponent wasn't at the origin core realm, she didn't fear any challenge with her peak true lord rank cultivation in supreme sword technique. Shwa! A black flag appeared in front of the skeleton. With a light wave, the black flag triggered a vast stream of deathly gray light to repair the gap in the formation. Don't even think about it. Elder Bai snickered coldly and teamed up with Zhang Yue to attack the gap. Stop them. The mysterious skeleton's low and hoarse voice came from below. Yes. Division leader. Several figures leapt up near the city walls. There were dozens of them, and the weakest of them was at the peak true human rank. The three strongest auras had reached the true lord rank and floated in the air. In the middle was a fat figure holding a giant axe. He had a dazed expression and gave off the stench of a corpse. Subdivision leader Beatty. He's not dead. Old Su and the others were shocked. Before, subdivision leader Beatty had been pierced by Zhao Feng's water to ice sword and should have died. No. He's probably a living dead right now and someone has used a ghost corpse puppet technique on him. At most, he'll be able to live for a month or two. Lin Tong coldly stared at the three true lord rank auras. Subdivision leaders of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. Elder Bai revealed a solemn expression. Subdivision leader Beatty's cultivation had reached the peak true lord rank, the same level as her. To be able to use a secret technique on a peak true lord rank, that skeleton is obviously a division leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. Lin Tong's voice trembled. It was unknown whether it was from fear or excitement. Scarlet Moon demonic religion division leader. The hearts of the dragon-killing alliance shook and they couldn't hide the shock and fear on their faces. Even at the peak of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion, a division leader was an upper echelon. After several hundred years, the upper echelon of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion had reappeared. What kind of impact was this to the cloud area? The mist of death covered the skeletal division leader's figure. Kill. The Scarlet Moon demonic religion subdivision leader waved his axe and attacked Elder Bai and Song Yue. Beside subdivision leader Beatty was Palace Lord Yulong and a grey-robed elder. Both of them were at the late-stage True Lord rank. 1 peak True Lord rank and 2 late-stage True Lord ranks. What kind of terrifying battle power was this? On the city wall, behind the 3 True Lord ranks, there were also several powerful auras at the True Spirit realm that appeared and defended. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 481. In front of the barren castle. The black smoke rolled up and down, sometimes breaking and dispersing, then quickly recovering and condensing again. Kill. The elites of the dragon-killing alliance charged towards the gap. With Elder Bai, Song Yue, and Old Su at the front, dozens of experts at the True Spirit realm joined the battle. In the midst of the city tower, subdivision leader Beatty waved his giant iron axe. With a single chop, it was as if the mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. On subdivision leader Beatty's left and right were Palace Lord Yulong and the grey-robed elder, who were both at the late-stage True Lord rank, who forced Song Yue and Old Su back. 10,000 swords returned to 1. Elder Bai Chang shouted sternly. With a wave of her sleeve, thousands of dazzling sword lights formed a huge ring that condensed at one point and launched a torrential storm of attacks at division leader Beatty. Ding ding ding. Subdivision leader Beatty swung his huge iron axe, sending sparks everywhere as he blocked the white-robed elder's ferocious attack. His figure was like a mountain. In terms of numbers and experts at the True Spirit realm, the dragon-killing alliance had the advantage. However, on the ancient castle's side, all of them had high-level combat strength. They didn't fear death, and their worth was high. The weakest of subdivision leader Beatty's 3 True Lord ranks was at the late-stage True Lord rank and they all had the courage to fight alone. Most importantly, the castle's side was protected by an array and the black mist was like a mote of death. Those below the True Spirit realm couldn't block the power of the black mist and the slightest contact would cause their flesh and blood to rot, leaving behind a pile of white bones that became fertilizer for the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array. Even those at the True Spirit realm would be greatly affected by the black mist and their battle power would decrease. Normal true human rank cultivators' battle power would decrease by 50% in the black mist. Those at the true mystic rank would decrease by 20 to 30%. Only those at the True Lord rank would be affected the least and their battle power would decrease by 10%. On the other hand, the dozens of figures on the castle's side were all at the True Spirit realm or above. What was incredible was that these people weren't affected by the black mist at all. Indeed worthy of being a division leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. Only the enemies are affected by the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array. Lin Tong did not participate in the battle from afar, but he had a look of admiration on his face. His eye bloodline could barely see the skeletal division leader in the depths of the castle. The skeletal division leader floated in the center of the mist, and the black flag in front of it kept on moving. Of course, Lin Tong was very cautious and quickly looked away, not daring to look at the skeletal division leader. A legendary figure that had reached the division leader level had unfathomable strength. Killing a true mystic rank could be done with a thought. Ding! Ding! Boom! Boom! Near the gap, the battle between the two sides intensified. The battle between Elder Bai and Subdivision Leader Beatty shook heaven and earth. Everything within 100 yards became a zone of death, and anyone under the True Lord rank would die. Ding, 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 Subdivision Leader Beatty waved his giant iron axe, forming layers upon layers of axe walls. Gradually, he fell into a passive position and became tired of defending. This woman from the Myriad Sword sect is so strong. Even Division Leader Beatty is being suppressed by her. The expressions of Palace Lord Yulong and the other late-stage True Lord rank changed. The battle between two peak True Lord ranks wasn't fair. Firstly, Elder Bai would be affected by the Devouring Spirit 10,000 Withering Array and lose 5% of his battle power. Secondly, Subdivision Leader Beatty was a strength-type expert and was in a defensive state. This was especially so for the second point. Elder Bai had to fight head-on against a strength-type expert like Division Leader Beatty. This was a strenuous and unrewarding way of fighting. However, even then, Elder Bai was still able to suppress Subdivision Leader Beatty. In comparison, Zhao Feng defeated Subdivision Leader Beatty through skill, speed, and a strange bloodline ability. If Zhao Feng had fought head-on, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Subdivision Leader Beatty head-on. Yet, Elder Bai had managed to accomplish this under all sorts of disadvantageous circumstances. Not bad, not bad. Your 10,000 sword technique should be at the 14th level now. You have the chance to catch up to Nan Jianfeng. A low and mysterious voice sounded from the depths of the castle. Who are you? Elder Bai's heart shook when he heard the name Nan Jianfeng. Nan Jianfeng was called the Little Sword Sovereign. He wasn't even 100 years old and was about to break through to the Origin Core realm and become the second Sword Sovereign, Yi Wuxia. I had to pay a huge price to share the burden of the cult master to kill him. The skeletal division leader's figure started to float above the castle. At this moment, everyone could see the skeletal division leader's figure. Nan Jianfeng is my grandfather. So, you're his killer. Die. Elder Bai's expression was cold as he turned into a streak of sword light that shot toward the skeletal division leader. The skeletal division leader laughed and waved the black flag in front of it. The mist in front of it turned into a dragon that burned with scarlet-purple flames. Whoosh! Elder Bai's sword light was destroyed by the skeletal division leader. Dominating sky limitless slash. Subdivision leader Beatty swung his axe and pushed Elder Bai back dozens of yards. Shwa! Elder Bai's white dress was torn, and a bloody wound appeared on her snow-white skin. She staggered. Master! Tsang Yue exclaimed. Je, you dare to be distracted in my devouring spirit 10,000 withering array? The skeletal division leader said playfully. He was still waving the black flag, attracting the surging black fog around the ancient castle. The weird thing was that the skeletal division leader only floated in the air and didn't chase after Elder Bai and company. The situation isn't looking good for the dragon-killing alliance. There's still a division leader on the Scarlet Moon demonic religion side. Who knows what he's planning? Lin Tong inspected the battle and didn't have any intentions of interfering. Although he was Zhao Feng's servant, no one on the dragon-killing alliance's side could order him around. In front of the gap in the castle, Elder Bai was slightly injured due to her carelessness. However, she wasn't scared and continued to attack subdivision leader Beatty. This time, her battle power was obviously weaker and wasn't as relaxed as before. The gap in the mist is getting smaller and smaller. Old Su was barely able to hold on and was pushed back by a late-stage True Lord rank. Whoosh! The grey fog in front of the castle was rapidly mending itself, and the fog was slowly devouring the crowd. Everyone, prepare to retreat. Old Su's expression finally changed. If even the dragon-killing alliance couldn't break through the array right now, then their chances would be even slimmer after the array was repaired. Furthermore, the skeletal division leader in the air was like a mountain that made it hard for them to breathe. Once the skeletal division leader attacked, the result would be unimaginable. Hee, too late. The black flag in the skeletal division leader's hand summoned a wave of burning smoke that descended from the sky and landed on the gap. A layer of scarlet and purple flames rose from the burning smoke and formed a triangular wall of flames that blocked everyone's path of retreat. Not good. The upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance turned around and saw the triangular wall blocking the path of retreat. The black flag hovered above everyone's heads, and as it spun in the air, it emitted a thick cloud of smoke that burned with flames. Its power was nearly 10 times greater than that of ordinary gray smoke. There's no way out. The upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance had ashen expressions. Normal true spirit realm cultivators would instantly turn into a puddle of blood upon contact with the black flag above their heads. The aura of the triangular wall behind them was even more terrifying. It was a secret technique that the skeletal division leader had used, and it contained its core flame. You're not at the half-step origin core realm. Elder Bai's face was pale white and filled with shock and despair. So that's how it is. The skeletal division leader's goal was to kill all the upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance. Lin Tong, who was watching from afar, revealed an expression of understanding. As for the skeletal division leader's cultivation, it wasn't surprising that it was only at the origin core realm since it was one of the upper echelon of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. I was ranked above average in the 12 divisions of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. Even though I've only awakened a few years ago and haven't fully recovered, I'm still not someone those half-step origin core realms can compare to. The skeletal division leader floated in the air and had a smug expression. It had finally trapped the upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance. At this moment, the dragon-killing alliance, including Elder Bai, were in a life-and-death situation. There was no chance of victory if they charged forward, and retreating would only bring them closer to death. What was unimaginable was that the skeletal division leader didn't attack head-on even though it was floating in the air. It was still planning. We're still missing one. The flames in the skeletal division leader's eye sockets jumped as it looked at Palace Lord Yulong. Division leader, what are your orders? Palace Lord Yulong's hairs stood on end. Was there something on him? Far away. Lin Tong watched the dragon-killing alliance fall into despair step by step without any sympathy on his face. Should I tell Zhao Feng? Lin Tong struggled in his heart. He still remembered what Zhao Feng said to him before he left, you don't need to participate in the battle, but if the dragon-killing alliance is in danger, use the dark heart seed in your mind. I'll sense it and help. The dark heart seed was a mark that Zhao Feng had placed on Lin Tong's soul. This mark wasn't like the mark of the God Eye, which was used for tracking and concealment. Just as Lin Tong was struggling, meow meow. A silver-gray thieving cat had appeared on Lin Tong's shoulder at some point. It extended its paw and lightly scratched his neck. Lin Tong's body froze, and he smiled bitterly. He had underestimated Zhao Feng. How could he not have a backup plan when he had given such an important mission to him? He didn't hesitate anymore and immediately used his mental energy to attack the dark heart seed. The skeletal division leader suddenly sensed something and looked in Lin Tong's direction. Its eyes flashed with a dark red light. Shwa! A powerful mental energy pressure appeared in the air above the castle, and even those at the True Lord rank felt their hearts jump and they felt like they couldn't breathe. Who's there? The skeletal division leader's heart skipped a beat as it turned around. On the side of his head, there was a translucent blue eye that seemed to be on par with the heaven and earth, looking down at him coldly. That's... The experts of the dragon-killing alliance felt their hearts shake, and they had the urge to kneel and worship it. It's here again. Palace Lord Yulong hiccuped. It was obvious that he had a shadow in his heart. Zhe. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The tricks on the nether dragon were left behind by you, right? Although the skeletal division leader was surprised by the appearance of the Eye of Heaven, it wasn't too surprised. Chapter 482. The sky above the castle was covered in mist. The gold and silver skeleton faced off against the Eye of Nothingness, which was looking down at the earth. The skeletal division leader's outline could be seen in the smoke, and the flames in its eye sockets flickered with a dark aura. He calmly faced the Eye of Heaven above his head without any fear. The Eye of Heaven coldly stared at the skeletal division leader for a breath or two before a voice sounded, "So it's you. So it's you." This voice sounded in the mental energy dimension and caused an uproar. What's going on? Does Zhao Feng know the skeletal division leader from a long time ago? No, the skeletal division leader is a leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion from several hundred years ago. Zhao Feng hasn't even been born for 20 years. Both friend and foe were stunned and puzzled. Elder Bai, Elder Su, and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, subdivision leader Beatty instinctively felt fear, and Palace Lord Yulong was full of wariness. This reduced the pressure on the dragon-killing alliance. At this moment, Elder Bai's heart shook as he looked at the Eye of Heaven in the sky. He felt a strong mental energy pressure. Could Zhao Feng's soul have already surpassed his own? Zhao Feng's consciousness looked down from the clouds. The God's spiritual eye has completely absorbed the wood spirit essence soul, and my soul has reached a new level. Zhao Feng had a different feeling. In the past, when he used the Eye of Heaven, he would feel his eye bloodline power being used up quickly, as if it could dissipate at any moment. This time, the Eye of Heaven appeared more stable and condensed than before. Zhao Feng could even use the Eye of Heaven to send out mental energy sounds. You know me? Could it be? The flames in the skeletal division leader's eye sockets flashed as if it had thought of something. That's right. Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader had met before. Back then, in the ancient temple of the Cloud Forest, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye had seen a skeleton that had just woken up and was abnormally weak. Even now, Zhao Feng's memory of that frightening scene was still fresh in his mind. The ghost mark that the skeletal division leader had left on Zhao Feng's body for a long time made him feel disgusted. Later on, Zhao Feng paid a huge price and even caused his cultivation to drop. Only then did he borrow the power of the curse in the 100 Graves forbidden area to break the ghost imprint. Interesting. Perhaps this is fate. After so many years, you've finally delivered yourself to my doorstep. The skeletal division leader seemed to remember as well and let out a weird laugh as killing intent flashed in its eyes. Whoosh! The skeletal division leader's figure suddenly disappeared, and everyone could only see an afterimage. Dark ghost imprisonment. The skeletal division leader opened its mouth and spat. Whoosh! 4 balls of ghostly flames appeared. Each ball was about 3 meters in radius, and they emitted an aura of terror that could shake one's soul. Whoosh! 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 The 4 balls of ghostly flames each released a transparent green aura that formed a prison that trapped the Eye of Heaven. Not good. The upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance exclaimed. The skeletal division leader seemed to be prepared and used a secret technique to deal with the Eye of Heaven. In the sky, the auras of the 4 balls of ghostly flames skyrocketed. Each of them was comparable to the true Lord rank. They weren't made of flesh and blood, they were in a spiritual state. In terms of physical attacks, the 4 balls of ghostly flames weren't even as strong as those at the true spirit realm, but they specialized in mental energy. At this moment, transparent lines extended from the 4 balls of ghostly flames and formed a prison that trapped the Eye of Heaven. The dark ghost imprisonment is especially effective against spiritual bodies and has the ability to trap and kill them. For example, if a soul fragment or a spirit falls into it, it will be impossible for them to escape. The skeletal division leader laughed. The dark red flame in his eye sockets shrank, and wisps of transparent dark red flame energy seeped into the nether ghost prison. I'll make sure you don't return. A low, hoarse, and frightening voice echoed in the air above the ancient castle. The eye of heaven fell into the prison and remained motionless. Wisps of transparent flames shot out by the skeletal division leader into the eye of heaven. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline is indeed amazing. Unfortunately, the skeletal division leader specializes in the soul ghost technique and was only a sovereign at its peak. In the distance, Lin Tong watched the game quietly with a regretful expression. Although he was loyal to Zhao Feng and admired his unparalleled control, Lin Tong had to admit that Zhao Feng had hit a nail this time. This skeletal division leader also knows a bit about the Tao of the soul. Zhao Feng's divine sense was in the sky, and the prison around him gave him an uncomfortable feeling. The wisps of transparent flames seemed to have a terrifying power that could seep into one's soul. In this situation, Zhao Feng didn't move at all, as if there was nothing he could do. Division leader is mighty. Palace Lord Yulong was overjoyed and relieved at the same time. The previous two clashes made Palace Lord Yulong afraid of Zhao Feng. This time, when the eye of heaven appeared, even he, a late-stage true lord rank, felt uneasy. Zhao Feng. No matter how talented you are and how you're an overwhelming prodigy, you still have a day like this. Meeting a division leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion is your bad luck. Palace Lord Yulong and company felt relieved. The current situation made the Scarlet Moon Iron Dragon feel extremely satisfied. Ever since they returned to the cloud area, that youth was like a god and forced the Scarlet Moon Iron Dragon into this state. Now, that nightmarish existence would finally disperse in his heart. Brat! Do you really think you can interfere with my plan with a mere secret technique that transcends space? What do you have to say before you die? The skeletal division leader laughed smugly. Its plan was to capture the upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance, and it obviously didn't forget about Zhao Feng. The skeletal division leader had already noticed the mark of the god's eye on Palace Lord Yulong, but it didn't do anything. However, the expression of the eye of heaven in the sky was still cold, and there was a hint of playfulness in it. The skeletal division leader suddenly realized something. The eye of heaven didn't even try to struggle, as if it didn't interact much with the dark ghost prison. Azure eye piercing slash. Two beams of azure light flashed through the eye of heaven. In the next instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two enormous translucent green wind blades that looked like incorporeal blades flashed past the city gate tower at lightning speed. Arg! Near the city gate tower, two tall figures were bleeding profusely. Plop! Plop! The two figures were cut in half and fell into a puddle of blood. How? Palace Lord Yulong's face was filled with fear and unwillingness even after being cut in half. The other late-stage true lord rank was still confused. He had never seen Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique before and died with his eyes wide open. This shocking scene shocked the crowd. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Instantly killing two late-stage true lord ranks. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline has reached such a level. Lin Tong's face was filled with shock as he stood rooted to the ground. In the air above the castle, the skeletal division leader's expression froze and it started to speak. How can this be? How can he ignore the dark ghost prison? Isn't that the eye of heaven a normal spiritual body? The eye of heaven killing two true lord ranks in an instant also shocked it. But what truly puzzled him was what kind of existence did the eye of heaven exist? The eye of heaven seemed to be embedded in heaven and earth, as if it was just a projection. Its true consciousness wasn't here. Wind lightning eye flame. The giant eye suddenly turned green, and a translucent deep green flame of wind and thunder flashed through it. Boom! One of the four balls of ghostly flames was instantly pierced by the eye of heaven and earth and a scream sounded. On top of that, after the eye flame pierced through the ghostly flames, a portion of the flames landed on the castle, focusing on the physical dimension. Whoosh! A certain place in the depths of the castle started to burn. After that, the spirit-devouring myriad withering grand formation that enveloped the entire castle started to faintly shake while its glow dimmed down, and it was in complete disorder and extremely unstable. Not good. The eye of the array is burning. The skeletal division leader finally started to panic. Once the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array was broken, it would face the attacks of several thousand elites of the dragon-killing alliance. Furthermore, the stronghold of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion would be destroyed as well. Shwa. After finishing all this, the eye of heaven dimmed and disappeared from the sky. The skeletal division leader let out a breath. Luckily, this technique expended a lot of energy, so the opponent couldn't keep attacking. So, the skeletal division leader returned to the castle and started to repair the eye of the array. Good chance. Everyone, let's break through the array. Old Su's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. He knew the situation very well. Right now, the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array was weakened and unstable. This was the easiest time to break through. Furthermore, this was probably why Zhao Feng didn't kill the two late-stage True Lord ranks but didn't destroy the flaming triangular wall behind them. Instead of helping the dragon-killing alliance retreat, Zhao Feng stopped them from attacking. Luckily, with the two late-stage True Lord ranks dead, only subdivision leader Beatty was left. They instantly had the advantage. Kill. Charge into the castle and destroy the array. Elder Bai, Zhang Yuyue, and company unleashed a barrage of attacks. Ding! 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 Subdivision leader Beatty waved his giant axe as he tried to defend. The experts around him died one after another. Luckily, the skeletal division leader was able to help them while repairing the eye of the array, or else subdivision leader Beatty wouldn't even be able to last 10 breaths. At the same time, several thousand miles away, on a golden-green bird. Shwa! Zhao Feng's consciousness returned to his body and let out a light breath. Subdivision leader Zhao, what just happened? Dai Yi asked curiously. In just a few breaths, Zhao Feng's body was in a unique state, and his mental energy aura made the two's hearts jump. Zhao Feng's Eye of Heaven had only been used in the Purple Saint ruins, so Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi didn't know much about it. It's more troublesome than I imagined. The Scarlet Moon Division leaders are mostly at the Origin Core realm at their peak. I'll be going first. What? Scarlet Moon Division leader? Origin Core realm. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi were stunned. It was as if they couldn't handle this in a short amount of time. Shwa! Before they finished speaking, a blurry arc of lightning shot into the sky. Chapter 483. Within the barren castle. After shaking for a while, the ghostly mist started to stabilize. The skeletal division leader let out a breath and didn't join the battle. Instead, it controlled the black flag and used the ghostly mist to repair the cracks in the array, especially the eye of the array that had been destroyed by the Eye of Heaven. However, at this moment, Subdivision leader Beatty and the other experts of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion were being pushed back. This was especially true for Elder Bai and Zhang Yuyue's sword attacks, which swept through everything in their path. Dozens of bone-deep wounds were left on division leader Beatty's fat, stinking, half-dead body. It was too horrible to look at. Put in more effort and kill the subdivision leader. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome once the array is repaired. Old Su ordered the experts of the Dragon-Killing Alliance to attack. So, subdivision leader Beatty's figure suddenly retreated into the castle with his remaining companions. Kill. Subdivision leader Beatty still has one breath left. The morale of the Dragon-Killing Alliance was high. They finally had the upper hand. There's no retreat. We can only attack. Old Su hesitated for a moment before making his decision. The skeletal division leader had used a secret technique to block them, and the Eye of Heaven didn't help them either. So, So. The upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance charged into the castle. Unexpectedly, the skeletal division leader was still repairing the array and didn't bother with them. Cries of battle sounded once more as they entered the depths of the castle. The castle was filled with white bones, and ghosts such as zombies, skeletons, and ghosts would occasionally appear. These ghosts are one of the sources of energy for the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array. Kill as many as you can. Elder Bai ordered. A massacre started to spread within the castle. Everyone headed straight for the eye of the formation. Zhao Feng's eye flame has already pointed us to the eye of the array. Old Su's eyes were bright. When they arrived, they saw subdivision leader Beatty and 3 balls of ghostly flames near the eye of the array. Kill these ghosts, then deal with the Scarlet Moon division leader. Elder Bai was skilled, bold, and fearless. Although Tsang Yuyue had only reached the half-step True Lord rank recently, her sword intent was strong and her battle power could suppress normal early-stage True Lord ranks. However, the 3 balls of ghostly flames around subdivision leader Beatty weren't easy to deal with, or else they wouldn't have been used against the Eye of Heaven. Woo woo. The 3 ghostly flames shot out beams of transparent flames and green sparks. The psychic attacks threw the dragon-killing alliance into chaos. Luckily, Elder Bai and Song Yuyue were experts who had comprehended sword intent and their sword Dao could pierce through the soul dimension. Soon, one of them was destroyed by Tsang Yuyue and the other 2 were covered in injuries. Elder Su felt gratified and nodded repeatedly. Elder Bai and Elder Su from the 10,000 Swords sect had played a huge role in the attack on the ancient castle. Hee hee. Game over. A low, hoarse, and strange laughter echoed in the castle. Whoosh! The skeletal division leader arrived with the black flag in its hand. It had successfully repaired the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array. The hearts of those from the dragon-killing alliance shook. This division leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion had finally come out. Remnant of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion, die. Elder Bai waved his sleeve and killed a ghostly flame before charging toward the skeletal division leader. 10,000 sword destruction. Elder Bai's sword Dao attack produced millions of sharp sword shadows that twisted and spun in the air, creating and destroying all living things. At this moment in time, Elder Bai's sword technique had reached an unprecedented level and had slightly surpassed the True Lord rank. In terms of offense alone, it was comparable to a half-step origin core realm. Zhe, worthy of being Nan Jianfeng's successor. The skeletal division leader was slightly surprised and waved the black flag in its hand, engulfing the last ball of ghastly dark flames. With a wave of the black flag, the ghostly dark flames that had been engulfed twisted into a dark flame hole that was 200 to 300 feet in diameter. It was surrounded by endless black and gray flames and light sparks. With the Netherworld Flame Cave as the center, the surrounding black and gray flames and smoke spread out to a radius of 40 to 50 feet. When Elder Bai and the Sword Dao's attack collided with the dark flame cave, causing a soul-shaking explosion to ring out from the void. A breath later, the black and gray flames and smoke around the Netherflame cave shook violently, resonating with the 10,000 withering spirit-devouring formation that enveloped the ancient castle. Its power increased once again, and it suddenly extended. Bam! Elder Bai's Sword Dao attack was devoured by the dark flame cave. Her delicate body swayed, and her face turned pale. Not good. The experts of the Dragon-Killing Alliance exclaimed. The entrance of the Netherflame cave once again expanded to a size of 70 to 80 meters, and the surroundings were filled with endless black and gray flames and surging smoke. It merged with the formation and was like an enormous umbrella-shaped black curtain. The people below the Dragon-Killing Alliance were being compressed bit by the umbrella-shaped black screen with the entrance of the flame cave as the center. Zhe. This dark ghost night is the second plan. I'll lure you into the castle and kill you all at once. The skeletal division leader laughed as it waved the black flag and controlled the entrance of the cave, forcing everyone onto the ground. 10,000 swords returned to 1. Heaven's End chaotic killing technique. Break. The people under the Dark Ghost Knight tried their best to counterattack. However, as soon as the attacks got close, they would all be absorbed by the power of the Netherworld Flame Cave. Don't waste your energy. My Dark Ghost Knight is connected to the Devouring Spirit 10,000 Withering Array, and its power is limitless. The skeletal division leader waved the black flag with a smug expression. Arg. Some figures had already been devoured by the power of the Dark Ghost Knight. Only Elder Bai, Tsang Yuyue, and Old Su could barely hold on, but they obviously wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Right at this moment, a weird sound came from outside the castle. Swoosh swoosh, a wave of wind and lightning suddenly streaked across the sky from afar. Its power was terrifying, and it was accompanied by rolling thunder. Old Su. Don't worry. A blue-haired youth with a pair of wings of wind and lightning appeared behind him. The wind howled and the thunder roared, resonating with the wind-lightning yuan qi in heaven and earth. Shua. The wings of wind and lightning behind Zhao Feng's back disappeared and a bright azure ball of lightning appeared in his palm. Wind-lightning tornado. The ball of lightning twisted in the shape of a vortex, suddenly expanding and expanding. The center was like a bottomless abyss, surrounded by a huge tornado, accompanied by lightning and thunder, swallowing everything below. It's faster than I imagined. The skeletal division leader was surprised, but it wasn't surprised. Shua. A gold and silver bone whip appeared in the skeletal division leader's other hand. With a flick of the whip, it was like a bone dragon that met the wind-lightning tornado head-on. Whoosh! The wind-lightning tornado clashed with the flaming bone dragon, causing the castle's array to tremble. What inheritance did this brat obtain? He's only at the early stage True Lord rank, but his battle power is so strong. The skeletal division leader's expression became solemn as it lashed out with its gold and silver whip, which looked like bone dragons dancing in the air. Wind lightning crackling slash. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and a blade of wind and lightning dozens of yards long slashed toward the skeletal division leader. The skeletal division leader controlled the black flag with one hand and waved the bone whip with the other to fight Zhao Feng. Crackle. Zhao Feng's wind lightning crackling slash could slay a late-stage True Lord rank, but it was easily blocked by the skeletal division leader's whip. The skeletal division leader's cultivation was extremely high, and every breath it took was like it was in the eye of the wind. It was similar to Lu Tianyi back in the Purple Saint ruins. It's indeed at the origin core realm, but the skeletal division leader's body is too weak, so it can only use 30 to 40% of its battle power. Zhao Feng opened his god's spiritual eye and inspected the skeletal division leader's body. In reality, when the Eye of Heaven descended, Zhao Feng had a rough idea of the skeletal division leader's strength. However, even then, the skeletal division leader was still able to fight against Elder Bai, Tsang Yuyue, Old Su, and the other true spirit realm cultivators. Looks like normal attacks won't be enough to deal with it. The origin core realm can continuously absorb heaven-earth yuan qi, which isn't something the true spirit realm can do. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised. After exiting seclusion this time, Zhao Feng's battle power had reached the peak True Lord rank, but when he used his full power, it was comparable to the half-step origin core realm. However, this wasn't his biggest improvement. Shua. The wings of wind and lightning on Zhao Feng's back extended and he retreated a mile in a breath or two. Then, he stood still. His blue hair danced in the wind, but the color of his hair suddenly changed. Change in eye bloodline power. The skeletal division leader revealed a surprised expression. In half a breath's time, Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye turned azure. The azure left eye was like a bottomless abyss, and it radiated a terrifying pressure that continued to rise. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng's mental energy pressure became stronger and stronger, breaking through the limits of the three heavens of the true spirit realm. Such a powerful soul. It's comparable to a sovereign. The skeletal division leader's expression changed dramatically as it became uneasy. Although it was a sovereign at its peak and its soul was at the origin core realm, it was now in a weakened state and its soul wasn't as strong as it was at its peak. At this moment, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique took twice as long as before. Wind lightning eye flame. In Zhao Feng's azure left eye, a dark azure aura flashed and there was even a faint hint of purple. Whoosh! A half-transparent dragon-shaped flame of wind, lightning, and fire smashed into the skeletal division leader. SII. The skeletal division leader groaned as it was hit by a half-transparent flame and lightning. The most terrifying thing was the wind lightning eye flame that had seeped into its soul. Zhao Feng's soul power had surpassed the half-step origin core realm and was comparable to a sovereign. The power of his eye bloodline technique was reflected in the soul. This eye flame did quite a bit of damage to the skeletal division leader. Whoosh! While the skeletal division leader was dazed, the darkness below was torn apart by two terrifying swords. Bastard of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion, die. Elder Bai and Song Yue charged over from below, their swords piercing toward the skeletal division leader. Chapter 484. Remnant of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion, die. Elder Bai and Song Yue charged out from below and formed a pincer attack with Zhao Feng in the air. The situation turned around in the blink of an eye. The skeletal division leader screamed as a dark, bone-chilling light appeared around its body and barely managed to extinguish the wind lightning eye flame. However, the damage to its soul couldn't be healed so quickly. Before he could react, Zhao Feng's left eye turned a bone-chilling blue. The second eye bloodline technique had been successfully prepared. Ice Soul Shooting Line. A transparent ray of light that was half the width of a person pierced through the skeletal division leader's body. See, the skeletal division leader fell into extreme coldness after being hit by the lightning, and its mind was injured once more. The Ice Soul Shooting Line was a mental energy attack. The stronger one's soul and eye power was, the more powerful it was. With Zhao Feng's current strength, the Ice Soul Shooting Line could freeze 99% of true Lord ranks to death. Even those at the half-step origin core realm wouldn't be able to block it. However, after all, the skeletal division leader was a sovereign at its peak. Its soul and intent weren't something normal true Lord ranks or half-step origin core realms could be compared to. The skeletal division leader's body went cold after taking this attack head-on, but it wasn't fatally injured. Indeed worthy of being at the origin core realm. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised. This Ice Soul Shooting Line had successfully injured the skeletal division leader and greatly reduced its speed, achieving its goal. Next, the skeletal division leader couldn't dodge and had to take Elder Bai and Song Yue's attacks head-on. Ding! Sparks flew on the intersecting gold and silver bones, leaving a shallow mark. What? Elder Bai and Song Yue's expressions changed dramatically. The skeletal division leader's body was tougher than expected and was able to take their attacks head-on. Humph. It's just an empty shell. Zhao Feng snickered coldly as his god's spiritual eye turned azure. Green eye sharp cut. A wisp of green light appeared in his left eye. Puff. A half-transparent blade of wind landed on one of the skeletal division leader's joints. Ka-cha. The skeletal division leader's body shook as its arm broke, and the gold-silver bone whip flew out of its hand. Attack the bone joints. Elder Bai and Song Yue understood. Although the skeletal division leader's body was strong and could block attacks from normal true lord ranks, it wasn't flawless. Any flaw would not be able to escape Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye. Ignorant child. The skeletal division leader roared and opened its hand. A dark gust of wind wrapped around the arm and the gold and silver bone whip and pulled them toward it. He sneered in his heart. With his own secret technique, his broken arm could be reconnected in an instant. If the skeletal division leader didn't have any tricks up its sleeves, it wouldn't have been able to survive back then. Meow, meow. A silver-gray thieving cat appeared in the air and smiled at the skeletal division leader. The skeletal division leader paused. Schwa! A silver-striped blood-colored whip suddenly appeared and took the arm and the gold-silver bone whip away. Thieving cat! Leave! The skeletal division leader roared in anger. It wasn't just one of its arms that was taken away. The gold-silver bone whip wasn't a normal item. Meow meow. The little thieving cat played with the gold-silver bone whip excitedly and put away the silver-striped blood-colored whip. The skeletal division leader was so angry that it almost exploded. However, the little thieving cat wasn't moved at all. It took a bite of the bone whip and curled its lips. The skeletal division leader was just about to charge over when it was attacked by Zhao Feng, Elder Bai, and Song Yue. Even the old man below had come over to surround him. Ding! Ding! Bam! The skeletal division leader was dazed. With a ding, Elder Bai and Song Yue almost cut off one of the skeletal division leader's legs. If this continued, even if the skeletal division leader won, its bones would shatter. Thieving cat! Bastard! The skeletal division leader was enraged. It had never suffered like this before. It had been tricked by Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. Eye of Ice Soul. Seeing that the skeletal division leader was about to go berserk, Zhao Feng switched to his left eye. Under the Eye of Ice Soul, the skeletal division leader's body stiffened. The coldness of the Eye of Ice Soul could freeze its thoughts and affect its body. 10,000 Sword Void Destruction. Sky Absolute Killing Sword. Elder Bai and Song Yue's attacks landed on the skeletal division leader without hesitation. At this point in time, marks were left on the skeletal division leader's body, especially around its joints. However, the skeletal division leader couldn't even go berserk after being locked on by Zhao Feng's Eye of Ice Soul. Its thoughts were only 50 to 60% of normal. With Zhao Feng's current Eye bloodline power, normal True Lord ranks would be as slow as a turtle when locked on by the Eye of Ice Soul. Brat! You're courting death. The skeletal division leader's roar sounded in the soul dimension. A dark red flame danced in its eye sockets, and a wicked mental energy aura started to spread. Dark Soul Death Claw. The skeletal division leader swiped its hand, and a dark red claw the size of a house slashed toward Zhao Feng. The moment the Nether Soul Death Claw was released, the hearts of all the true spirit-level experts present turned cold and inexplicably trembled. They only felt the aura of death brush past them. What a terrifying soul attack! Elder Bai and Old Su revealed shocked expressions. The claw was white and glittered with a dark red light. Before it even got close, Zhao Feng felt a coldness in his soul. No one under the Origin Core realm will be able to escape unscathed from this claw. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye locked onto the path of the Dark Soul Claw. Schwa! He didn't move and allowed the Dark Soul Death Claw to pierce through his body. Pop! Within the dimension of his left eye, a ripple appeared on the surface of the lake, and a claw-shaped crack appeared on the surface of the lake. Hee, I have never been injured by a mental attack before. Zhao Feng stood where he was, unsurprised. The god spiritual eye was almost immune to normal mental attacks and illusions. In terms of strength, Zhao Feng's soul was comparable to an Origin Core realm sovereign. Compared to the skeletal division leader, he had the advantage. How? His eye bloodline is almost immune to normal soul Dao attacks. The skeletal division leader's heart shook. He obviously knew that even a half-step Origin Core realm wouldn't be able to escape unscathed from his Dark Soul Deathclaw. Under the Eye of Ice Soul, the skeletal division leader's movements became sluggish and it howled. Rumble. Suddenly, the 10,000 withering spirit-devouring formation that enveloped the castle shook violently and collapsed. No one knew who destroyed the Eye of the Array. In an instant, the mist around the castle dissipated, and sunlight shone in. The skeletal division leader's expression was grim. Knowing that it had lost, it screeched, "Juniors, it won't be long before the Scarlet Moon's sacred religion returns. You juniors won't be able to escape." When the skeletal division leader's damaged skeleton suddenly spat out a gold and silver flame, and its aura rose by half a level. It was as if it had become a true sovereign. Who? The boundless might seemed to reign supreme in the heavens and earth, and it was unstoppable as it pushed back the surrounding crowd. Immediately following that, the skeletal division leader's body started to dim as it was pushed out of the castle by a gold and silver flame. Chio! In just a few breaths, the black flame had reached the end of the desert. Within the castle, Old Su and the other true spirit realm experts let out a long breath. Plop! Plop! Elder Bai and Song Yuyue fell to the ground, their auras extremely weak. After going through a series of battles and using all kinds of secret techniques, the true spirit experts present were all exhausted. We've finally won. The skeletal division leader will be heavily injured and will need at least a year or two to come back. Old Su sighed. Everyone at the scene had a lingering fear in their hearts, as if they had just survived a disaster. Before attacking the Iron Dragon's lair, who would have thought that there would be a terrifying Scarlet Moon Division leader-level existence in this castle? For many people, being able to survive was already extremely lucky. Thank you all for your help. Leave the rest to me, a calm and warm voice came from above the castle. Everyone paused and looked at the blue-haired youth floating in the air. Many people's hearts shook. The reason why they were able to achieve victory in this bitter battle instead of being completely annihilated was because of this young man before them. Within the castle, only Zhao Feng was unharmed. Zhao Feng, you're going to chase after the Scarlet Moon Division leader by yourself? Song Yuyue gritted her teeth and tried to stand up with her hand on her sword. Brother Zhao, don't chase after him. We can discuss this later. Old Su quickly said. Elder Bai had a complex expression. Zhao Feng, I don't recommend you to chase after him. The Scarlet Moon Division leader was an origin core realm at his peak and is an upper echelon of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. His foundation is immeasurable and he definitely has powerful life-saving methods. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. I'll only be able to leave the cloud area after I've dealt with all of them. If you really want to chase after him, you can wait until we've rested. After all, I have a feud with the Scarlet Moon Division leader. Elder Bai said solemnly. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads. If we waste too much time, the trail will be broken. Thank you for your good intentions, but I alone am enough. Zhao Feng shook his head and smiled. When a pair of wind and thunder radiant wings suddenly extended from his back, summoning the powerful wind and thunder energy of heaven and earth to respond to it. One person was enough. Old Su and company were shocked and they heard this. That Zhao Feng is confident he can chase after the skeletal division leader by himself. Elder Bai and Song Yuyue's expressions froze as they looked at each other in shock. Crack! Zhao Feng flapped his wings of wind and lightning and turned into a bolt of lightning. His speed wasn't any slower than the skeletal division leaders. Within the castle, everyone sent Zhao Feng off with dazed eyes and couldn't calm down. He's indeed worthy of being the overwhelming prodigy of this era. How many tricks has he not used yet? Elder Bai sighed. Yu Tianhao, Zhao Feng, and the other overwhelming prodigies. I'll challenge all of you when I return to the northern continent's sacred land. Song Yu's eyes were filled with stubbornness. Chapter 485. 5 or 6 days later, in the depths of the sky cloud forest. Whoosh! 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 A powerful gust of wind and lightning flashed across the sky above the forest. All the beasts and beasts nearby were trembling in fear. A few breaths later, that ball of wind shadow lightning gradually dimmed. With a whoosh, it suddenly landed on the top of the tallest tree nearby. On the top of the tree, a blue-haired youth was panting as his wings of wind and lightning faded away. As his left eye contracted, he scanned the remaining auras in a certain area. Even some indiscernible details, such as the gas and dust in the air, the changes in the particles in the chi of heaven and earth, could not escape the young man's eyes. It's here. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be surprised as he looked ahead. A river appeared in front of the forest, and on the other side of the river was a small canyon. That canyon was still fresh in Zhao Feng's memory. Back then, he was forced into despair by a high-tiered deadly beast. Luckily, Ran Xiaoyuan and the other disciples came and slayed the Azure Wolf King, allowing Zhao Feng to escape. Who would have thought that today, Zhao Feng would pass by here? Over the past few days, Zhao Feng had been chasing after the Skeletal Division leader, resting and chasing. The Skeletal Division leader's strength was unfathomable. Even though Zhao Feng had comprehended the Wind Lightning Emperor's inheritance, he couldn't catch up. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng had cultivated the wings of wind and lightning a few days ago, he would have lost track of the Skeletal Division leader long ago. Luckily, although Zhao Feng didn't have the advantage in speed, his god spiritual eye allowed him to lock onto the Skeletal Division leader. With the help of his powerful mental energy and soul, his Yuan Qi quickly recovered. It's right ahead. Let's see how long you can run for. Zhao Feng snickered coldly as the wings of wind and lightning appeared on his back once more, and he instantly flew past the canyon. He passed through the canyon and continued deeper. At a certain moment, the forest in front of them became even more serene. It was like a mysterious forest. Could it be that place? Zhao Feng's heart shuddered as his god's spiritual eye stared at the deepest part of the forest. Through the god's spiritual eye, he was able to determine where the Skeletal Division leader went. As for that place, even Zhao Feng was wary of it. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not rashly enter it. This is the best time to kill the Skeletal Division leader. It's heavily injured, and its Yuan Qi is greatly weakened. Zhao Feng's face was filled with killing intent as he continued to go deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, there was a vast expanse of mist that obscured one's vision. Whoosh! It was a broken skeleton, surrounded by a layer of dark light, flickering between light and dark, giving it an eerie appearance. That blue-haired brat is really like a ghost that won't go away. He's always locked onto me. The Skeletal Division leader gritted its teeth, and killing intent filled its face. Over the past few days, he had used every method he could think of to get rid of Zhao Feng's pursuit. For example, he didn't care about the price and used his Yuan Qi to increase his speed, allowing him to be twice as fast as Zhao Feng in a short amount of time. He also used a few secret techniques to hide his aura or leave behind an illusion to trick the enemy. However, the Skeletal Division leader used all its methods, but it was still unable to escape Zhao Feng's pursuit. 2 days ago, he thought that he had successfully shaken off his pursuers. He heaved a sigh of relief and found a place to hide, preparing to rest. However, in less than an hour, the Eye of Heaven appeared out of nowhere and unleashed a fierce eye bloodline flame that worsened the Skeletal Division leader's injuries. We're almost at the 100 Graves Forbidden Ground. The number of experts that can enter and return alive can be counted on one hand. The Skeletal Division leader snickered coldly and flew into the depths of the mist. A while later, the Skeletal Division leader came to a place where bones were buried, and a mysterious power filled the area. There were more than 100 tombs in the depths of the Forbidden Ground, and they surrounded the Silver Crystal Field. In the center of the Silver Crystal Plaza, there was a stone platform that looked like an altar. Even someone as strong as the Skeletal Division leader felt uneasy after entering this place, and it carefully took out a piece of blood-colored jade. Even normal sovereigns won't be able to easily block the power of the curse. Luckily, I followed the Patriarch here before and have a way to deal with it. The Skeletal Division leader sat on the ground of bones, but it didn't dare to get too close to the tombs. After entering the 100 Graves forbidden ground, the skeletal division leader calmed down and started to rest. It wasn't scared of Zhao Feng coming, and it was even looking forward to it. If that brat dared to come, it wouldn't even need to do anything. Just the power of the curse alone would be enough to make him suffer. According to what he knew, only a few sovereigns at the Origin Core realm could leave the 100 Graves forbidden ground unscathed. Even ordinary supremacies would have to pay a price to enter the 100 Graves forbidden area. Half the time it took to make tea later. The sound of wind and lightning came from the area outside the 100 Graves forbidden ground. He's here. The skeletal division leader was overjoyed. It wanted Zhao Feng to come in. Hee, as you wish. A soft laugh passed through the misty area into the forbidden ground of 100 Graves. Just as he finished speaking, the wind and lightning flashed, and a blue-haired youth floated into the land of white bones. The power of the curse drilled into Zhao Feng from the 100 Graves forbidden ground. Humph. Zhao Feng's left eye squinted and released a wisp of a terrifying ancient aura that caused the power of the curse to scatter. This brat really dares to come in. What? The aura of the ancient era. The skeletal division leader didn't even warm its butt as it watched Zhao Feng charge into the forest. Zhao Feng had an easier time dealing with the power of the 100 Graves forbidden ground than the skeletal division leader. He didn't even need to do anything. On the contrary, the skeletal division leader had to divert some of its attention to deal with the power of the curse. In other words, in the 100 Graves forbidden ground, Zhao Feng's battle power wasn't affected at all. On the other hand, the skeletal division leader was affected. This unexpected situation almost made the skeletal division leader spit out a mouthful of blood. Wind lightning crackling slash. Zhao Feng attacked without saying anything. Shwa. A giant blade of wind lightning slashed toward the skeletal division leader with a series of crackling sounds. Now that the skeletal division leader had lost its gold and silver whip, it could only use its remaining arm to block Zhao Feng's attack. Sparks flew and thunder boomed. Ding! The skeletal division leader was forced back a few steps, but it wasn't very injured. Skeletal division leader, let's see how long your tattered body can last. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and confidently. After a few days of battle, Zhao Feng's battle power was slowly catching up to the half-step Origin Core realm. Zhao Feng had only just started comprehending some of the wind lightning stone tablet's intent and some of his battle skills. Zhao Feng's every movement was filled with the wind lightning yuan qi, and the lightning yuan qi in heaven and earth howled with him at the center. Furthermore, the power of his every move became more condensed. In terms of soul strength, Zhao Feng was comparable to those at the Origin Core realm. This was because of the wood spirit essence soul and Xian Wuheng's heaven and earth intent. In terms of intent, Zhao Feng was also close to the peak True Lord rank. Therefore, although Zhao Feng's cultivation was only at the early stage True Lord rank, his battle power had reached the limit of the True Lord rank. Brat! Don't be arrogant. You won't be able to do anything to me. The skeletal division leader's expression was gloomy. Its battle power was even lower than 5 or 6 days ago. On the contrary, Zhao Feng was using battle to nurture battle, and his comprehension was increasing through battle. The more he fought, the braver he became. Tang! 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 The skeletal division leader was pushed back, unable to block Zhao Feng's attacks. The skeletal division leader could take Zhao Feng's normal attacks head-on, but Tang. However, Zhao Feng's soul was stronger than ever, and he used his eye bloodline techniques at the critical moment, increasing the damage to the skeletal division leader's soul. The skeletal division leader's ultimate skills were mostly ghost techniques. Normal experts wouldn't be able to defend against them, and they were extremely effective. Unfortunately, Zhao Feng had a strong resistance against mental energy attacks. As his soul became stronger, some of the skeletal division leader's killing moves were useless against him. I can only use this move. The skeletal division leader gritted its teeth and released gold and silver flames from its broken body. In an instant, the skeletal division leader's aura rose by half a level, and it caused the heaven-earth yuan qi to surge. This aura had surpassed the true lord rank and was even comparable to the skeletal division leader when it was at its peak. Squeezing out the source of life and energy. Zhao Feng's heart dropped, and his god's spiritual eyes' expression changed. Ghost Bone Giant Spirit. The skeletal division leader's aura was comparable to a sovereign, and its gold and silver skeleton started to grow. 7 feet, 9 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal division leader's gold and silver body expanded to the height of several stories, and it was covered in black flames. In front of it, Zhao Feng was like a child in front of a giant. Not only that. The skeletal division leader's tattered body seemed to merge into the ground and absorb some sort of power from the bones to repair its body. Die. The skeletal division leader's aura was vast, and its every action seemed to contain the heaven-earth yuan qi. It was as if it was the center of heaven and earth. In this state, its battle power doubled, and it could kill a peak true lord rank with one punch. If it was Elder Bai from a few days ago, he probably wouldn't even be able to take one punch from the skeletal division leader. What terrifying power! Even Lu Tianyi from the Pure Moon spiritual sect isn't that strong. Zhao Feng's heart shook, and he felt like he couldn't breathe. In this moment of danger, Zhao Feng didn't retreat. There was a trace of madness in his eyes. The power of his bloodline seemed to have been stimulated, and a wave of blue ripples surrounded him. Then, it suddenly turned into a bone-chilling blue color. Ice Imperial Spear. Zhao Feng's hands came together, and a half-transparent ice-blue spear shadow appeared. When the air trembled as an indescribable coldness froze the area, causing the heaven-earth yuan qi to freeze. Not good, how is this possible, the shadow of an earth-grade weapon? The skeletal division leader's punch had only just been thrown out when it felt the intent of its attack stop. He exclaimed as panic appeared in his eyes as he looked at the ice-blue spear shadow Zhao Feng had summoned with his bloodline power. Chapter 486. In the instant that the skeletal division leader started to panic, Zhao Feng circulated his ice-water bloodline and thrust his palms forward. Whoosh! The ice-blue spear shadow in Zhao Feng's palm had a deep and ancient aura, emitting a chilling aura of an ancient emperor, as if it was extending from an endless ice field. Ping! The tattered ice-blue spear shadow destroyed the skeletal division leader's attack like a piece of rotten wood. A dominating coldness spread across the skeletal division leader's body, and the latter's body started to freeze. The skeletal division leader's expression was filled with fear as it retreated, but its movements were slow and stiff. Die! Zhao Feng activated the power of his bloodline to maintain the broken, ice-blue spear shadow, and launched the second attack. In a split second, a mysterious blue spear shadow appeared in the air, and an ancient cold aura spread in all directions. Kacha! The skeletal division leader's remaining arm instantly turned into ice and fell off layer by layer. At this moment, his pair of arms no longer existed, only his skeleton torso and legs remained. Stop! You can't do this. As the skeletal division leader's body started to freeze, its eyes were filled with fear as it tried to squeeze out more of its life force. Zhao Feng used all his strength to maintain the broken ice-blue spear shadow, but that earth-rank divine weapon shadow seemed to be showing signs of instability. That feeling of powerlessness was extremely obvious. With my bloodline power, I can't maintain the earth-grade divine weapon shadow for long. As time passes, my control over it will decrease. Whoosh! Zhao Feng smiled faintly and withdrew his bloodline power. The ice-blue spear shadow floating in front of him instantly disappeared. Wind lightning break. Zhao Feng's entire body released a dazzling azure light of wind and lightning. A twisted ball of wind and lightning appeared in his palm, compressed to the limit. Whoosh! At the center of the ball of wind and lightning, a wisp of faint violet flashed faintly, and then it suddenly expanded and erupted with a distorted fan-shaped wave of wind and lightning. Thunder rumbled and shook the sky, and an area of over 100 meters was instantly annihilated. With a boom, the skeletal division leader's frozen body was sent flying by the wind-lightning destruction and landed in the tombs behind it. That palm almost shattered the skeletal division leader's body, and its broken gold and silver bones fell to the ground. Could it be that you possess a fragment of an earth-rank divine weapon? Almost all of the skeletal division leader's bones had been shattered, and it struggled within the tomb. While he was shocked, there was also a trace of bewilderment in his heart. If Xiao Feng had used the Earth-grade figure a third time, it would have been enough to kill the skeletal division leader. However, Xiao Feng did not do so. Instead, he calmly withdrew his bloodline power. In reality, if Xiao Feng forced himself, he could still maintain the Ice Imperial Spear's aura for 1 or 2 more attacks, even if his bloodline power would be exhausted. Shua! Xiao Feng's figure flashed as he landed in the tomb and stepped on the skeletal division leader's head. Bastard, if you want to kill me, then do it. The skeletal division leader was furious and humiliated, but it couldn't struggle. It had completely lost to Xiao Feng. When the image of the Earth-grade divine weapon appeared, victory was decided. Only a primal core realm venerate in his peak state could deal with that power. I can't let him off so easily. Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed as he scanned the skeletal division leader's gold and silver bones. Xiao Feng knew how tough the skeletal division leader's body was. This was the body of a sovereign, and it had blocked Elder Bai and Sang Yue's attacks. Xiao Feng had made up his mind to enslave the skeletal division leader and turn it into a ghost corpse. At the very least, the pile of gold and silver bones in front of him was a great material for creating ghost corpses. Therefore, Xiao Feng didn't use the figure of the Earth-grade weapon to kill the skeletal division leader a third time. Skeletal division leader, you have 2 choices now. First, die. Your body will become a material for me to create ghost corpses. Second, obey and become my slave. Xiao Feng said straightforwardly. You, shameless brat. The skeletal division leader roared in anger. It wanted to struggle, but its head was stepped on by Xiao Feng's foot. If Xiao Feng wanted to kill it, he could do so with just a thought. The skeletal division leader's body was broken, and it didn't even have 10% of its battle power left. It wasn't that he couldn't forcefully activate the spirit ghost secret technique that he was proficient in, launch a final counterattack, or escape. However, when it thought about Xiao Feng's terrifying eye bloodline and how it was almost immune to mental energy attacks, the skeletal division leader felt helpless. Xiao Feng's god spiritual eye locked onto the skeletal division leader. All he needed to do was use his eye flame to end the skeletal division leader's life. The skeletal division leader obviously knew this. Brat. I don't believe that you can use my body as a material to refine a corpse. Do you also know ghost corpses? The skeletal division leader gave up struggling, and cunningness flashed through its eyes. The value of its body was its last chance to negotiate with Xiao Feng. Now that Xiao Feng said that even if the skeletal division leader died, he could still use its body. The skeletal division leader questioned this. If it denied this, Xiao Feng wouldn't kill it so easily. If Xiao Chen killed a sovereign of the primal core realm without taking back anything of value, any expert would be unwilling to do so. Shua! 2 dark silver ghost corpses appeared next to Xiao Feng, and their auras had reached the early stage True Lord rank. The skeletal division leader's eyes twinkled. It could obviously see the strength of these 2 dark silver ghost corpses. Furthermore, a black pearl in Xiao Feng's hand caught the skeletal division leader's attention. The 2 dark silver ghost corpses were taken from the black pearl. That pearl, the skeletal division leader's heart jumped. He was proficient in the ghost corpse secret art. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate himself to this state and escape the great calamity of the 10 great sects of the continent. In terms of this, the skeletal division leader was one of the top existences in the Azure Flower continent. The 10,000 Ghost Pearl in Zhao Feng's hand was a sacred weapon of the Tao of Ghosts that came from the 10,000 Ghost Emperor. The 10,000 Ghost Pearl released a faint aura of the Tao of Ghosts, which made the skeletal division leader's heart jump. Sensing it, the power of ghosts within its body started to tremble, as if it wanted to worship it. There's a limit to my patience. Die, or be my slave. Zhao Feng said impatiently. The expression on his face wasn't intentional. He needed to deal with the cloud area as soon as possible before he could go to the Canopy Great Country. The skeletal division leader's expression kept changing as its gaze flashed between Zhao Feng's left eye and the 10,000 Ghost Pearl. The god's spiritual eye made the skeletal division leader wary and helpless. The 10,000 Ghost Pearl, on the other hand, made it greedy. If I don't become your slave, I'll die for sure. If I agree, I'll at least have a sliver of a chance to turn things around. If I succeed, the pearl will be mine. The skeletal division leader gritted its teeth and made a decision. The 10,000 Ghost Pearl in Zhao Feng's hand made the skeletal division leader extremely curious and tempted. Even with its several hundred years of experience, it had never seen a sacred weapon of this level. There probably wasn't a second one like it on the continent. If it succeeded, the rewards would be immeasurable. I agree to be your slave. But at the same time, you need to agree to let me have my own consciousness. The skeletal division leader's expression dimmed as it agreed. Okay. Zhao Feng thought for a while before agreeing to the skeletal division leader's request. There were two ways to enslave the skeletal division leader. The first was to turn it into a ghost corpse. Its consciousness would disappear or it would lose control of itself. The second was to use a secret technique to control the skeletal division leader. However, the latter would still have its own consciousness and would only submit to Zhao Feng due to the threat to its life. The skeletal division leader definitely wouldn't agree to the first method. It would rather die. If it became a ghost corpse enslaved by Zhao Feng, it would become a puppet with no consciousness and would suffer a fate worse than death. On the other hand, the skeletal division leader still had a small chance of succeeding. For example, if Zhao Feng died, the skeletal division leader would regain its freedom. Therefore, the second method had a certain degree of risk for the controller. It required great strength and control. After all, the skeletal division leader was an Origin Core realm sovereign at its peak, and it was extremely cunning. Think about it, if a normal expert enslaved it, they would be killed in a matter of minutes. Although the second option is somewhat risky, a servant with intelligence will be more useful than a ghost corpse puppet of the same level. Zhao Feng knew the pros and cons of this. However, he did not hesitate at all and agreed to this request. Zhao Feng was confident in his own strength and was confident in controlling the skeletal division leader. After resting for a while, Zhao Feng sat in front of the skeletal division leader's head and started to gather his eye bloodline power. The little thieving cat sat next to him and watched over the skeletal division leader. The two dark silver ghost corpses stood on the skeletal division leader's left and right. The flames in the skeletal division leader's eyes dimmed and it sighed in its heart. This junior was extremely cautious. An hour later, Zhao Feng successfully merged the dark heart seed into the skeletal division leader's soul. The dark heart seed this time was different from the one he had planted on Lin Tong last time. Last time, Zhao Feng had forcefully planted the dark heart seed in the skeletal division leader's body. If it resisted too much, it could cause the target's soul to shatter. This time, the skeletal division leader had to cooperate and allow the dark heart seed to enter its soul. Not only that. The dark heart seed this time had been perfected, and it used up a lot of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline power. It was dozens of times more powerful than last time, so its power was obviously several times more powerful. This kind of heart-controlling technique involves the principles of the Tao of the soul, and it's used through an eye bloodline. Could it be the dark eye forbidden page? The skeletal division leader's heart trembled, but it couldn't resist. It had to cooperate with Zhao Feng and place the dark heart seed into its soul. The skeletal division leader knew how strong the dark heart seed was, and it felt like there was a ticking time bomb in its soul that could take its life at any moment. Not bad. Zhao Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. His control over the dark heart seed this time was extremely strong. Through the god's spiritual eye, he could destroy the skeletal division leader's soul with just a thought. Even if I recover to the peak origin core realm and am proficient in the Tao of the soul, my chances of undoing this technique are less than 10%. On the other hand, the skeletal division leader's expression was extremely ugly and depressed. Chapter 487. Within the 100 Graves Forbidden Ground. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on top of a pile of bones as he recovered his yuan qi. Due to his strong mental energy, his source of true spirit was full in just half a day and was starting to become stronger. On the other hand, the recovery of his I bloodline power was slower. Maintaining the fragment of the earth-grade weapon takes too much of my bloodline power. I won't be able to recover without a few days. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and felt the Ice Imperial Spear in his bloodline. The Ice Imperial Spear's current state was special, and most of its power was asleep. Furthermore, not all Earth-grade divine weapons could fuse with the body's bloodline like a liquid. This was due to the Ice Imperial Spear's uniqueness. It contained the profundities of ice and water, and this liquid state was a very profound profundity of water. It was because of this that Zhao Feng was able to use a wisp of the Ice Imperial Spear's aura. If he were to activate the Ice Imperial Spear, even a normal sovereign wouldn't be able to control it. Even Earth-grade weapons had different tiers, and since the Purple Saint Partial Spirit taught the Ice Imperial Spear to Zhao Feng, it definitely wasn't a normal Earth-grade weapon. 2 days later. Zhao Feng's I bloodline power had mostly recovered, and he had recovered over half of his bloodline power. On the other hand, the skeletal division leader's broken bones were slowly recovering and absorbing the air of death from the 100 Graves Forbidden Ground to recover its yuan qi. Too slow. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. He was going to head to the Canopy Great Country as soon as he could. The skeletal division leader said bitterly, "I was split into pieces by you guys and had to squeeze out my life force to save my life. Under normal circumstances, it would take me at least a year or two to fully recover. However, my recovery speed is several times faster in the 100 Graves Forbidden Ground." Zhao Feng opened his left eye and inspected the skeletal division leader's state. The skeletal division leader's body was extremely tough and could ignore attacks from anyone below the origin core realm. But correspondingly, once this kind of skeleton was broken, it would take an extremely long time for it to completely recover. "I'll give you 10 more days." Zhao Feng estimated that 10 days would be enough time for the skeletal division leader to complete its body. Zhao Feng told the little thieving cat to spit out the skeletal division leader's other arm. Meow, meow. The little thieving cat harumphed and unwillingly returned the broken arm and the gold-silver bone whip to the skeletal division leader. After all, the skeletal division leader was now Zhao Feng's slave. If it could recover its strength quickly, it would be a great help to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng pondered for a moment, and a drop of the elixir of life appeared in his palm. The skeletal division leader's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect you to have a legendary item like the elixir of life. Although this liquid doesn't have much effect on the recovery of my bones, it can repair the foundation of my life that was injured in the past. Once I recover from those deep injuries, my overall strength and the recovery speed of my bones will greatly increase." The skeletal division leader was overjoyed as it took the elixir of life. A while later, the skeletal division leader's aura started to recover. Zhao Feng nodded his head. If this continued, the skeletal division leader's injuries would be healed within half a year, and its strength would increase once more. Using this time, Zhao Feng started to walk around the 100 Graves Forbidden Ground. The tombs within the 100 Graves Forbidden Ground caught Zhao Feng's attention. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat had been to the Silver Crystal Plaza and the altar in the center of the graves before. Even now, Zhao Feng was still very curious about this place. His gaze turned to the skeletal division leader. Maybe this upper echelon of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion knew some secrets. This is a teleportation platform. The Patriarch participated in its construction several hundred years ago. Even with the resources of the continent, it was hard to construct. The skeletal division leader's voice was weak. Teleportation platform. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. He knew a bit about arrays and had guessed it when he first came here. However, he didn't think that the array could reach the outside of the Azure Flower continent. Doesn't that mean that I can leave the Azure Flower continent and enter other islands through here? Zhao Feng wasn't a frog at the bottom of a well. He had interacted with the geniuses of the two-star sects in the Purple Saint ruins, and his understanding of the world had changed. If it was several hundred years ago, it would be possible. However, the teleportation platform was damaged during the calamity and has been abandoned for a long time. It's hard to say. The skeletal division leader shook its head and sighed. It was obvious that it wasn't sure about the teleportation platform. Zhao Feng nodded his head and entered the Silver Crystal Square to continue his research. Meow meow. The little thieving cat's figure ran around the Silver Crystal Square, and its eyes looked around. When he entered the stone room again, it was empty. A beast-skin scroll appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, and there was a line of words on it that he still hadn't fully understood. The three saints' palace's wings in the zone of dust have grown and are hard to shake. Recently, they've even lured several one-star sects to break the curse of 100 graves. The energy of the teleportation platform is about to run out. This subordinate will be leaving first. After thinking for a while, Zhao Feng had a guess. It wasn't hard to guess that a force from the outside world was involved in constructing this teleportation platform. The skeletal division leader also said that the Scarlet Moon Patriarch and the continent's resources couldn't create it. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved a shovel in the nearby tombs and started to dig into the ground. Wing boom. The entire 100 graves forbidden ground started to tremble as the power of the curse leapt toward the little thieving cat. The power of the curse was 10 times stronger than normal, and even Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader were affected. Stop. These tombs are the source of the 100 graves forbidden ground's curse. The skeletal division leader's expression changed dramatically as it tried to stop the little thieving cat. The little thieving cat's act of digging graves was a blatant provocation against the terrifying reputation of the forbidden ground of 100 graves. Not good. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye saw the power of the curse rush toward the little thieving cat. Shwa. Shwa. Zhao Feng circulated his god's spiritual eye and released a wisp of the ancient aura toward the little thieving cat. Meow meow. The little thieving cat smiled and flipped its paws, and a mysterious dagger appeared in front of it. The dark dagger was completely translucent. With a slight movement, it would drag along a shadow blade. Its aura was profound and unfathomable. However, when the curse of nothingness that blotted out the sky and covered the earth invaded, an unexpected event occurred. The mysterious dagger trembled. Shadowy patterns that resembled the starry night appeared around the edge of the blade. There seemed to be cold and hoarse murmurs coming from the surroundings. In that instant, the surrounding world suddenly darkened several times. An unimaginably mysterious power caused the curtain of night to fall and the day to turn into night. All the power of the curse dissipated when it neared this area, and waves of screams sounded. Night from day. Twisting the laws of nature. Could that dagger be a legendary sacred weapon of the Tao of assassination? The skeletal division leader's mouth gaped open, and it couldn't understand what was happening. Meow meow. The little thieving cat stabbed the mysterious dagger in front of its body and then waved the shovel, starting to shamelessly dig graves. Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader were stunned. What's the background of this little thieving cat? With its intelligence, why would it submit to Zhao Feng and become his pet? The skeletal division leader couldn't see through the little thieving cat at all. It had a feeling that the little thieving cat was like an old fox that had lived for countless years. It might know more than it did. Shua! At this moment, Zhao Feng also arrived next to the little thieving cat. The god's spiritual eye and the mysterious dagger's terrifying aura made all gods and ghosts retreat. The mysterious dagger seemed to sense the existence of the god's spiritual eye and trembled slightly. It didn't reject Zhao Feng, but it seemed to be wary and didn't dare to approach. The little thieving cat's dagger might be even more mysterious than the ice imperial spear. Zhao Feng guessed in his heart. That day in the Purple Saint treasured palace, the little thieving cat had also used some mysterious methods to invite this mysterious dagger. Zhao Feng remembered that the Purple Saint partial spirit was shocked and panicked at the time. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved the spade and laughed evilly as it signaled Zhao Feng. Fine. Zhao Feng shrugged his shoulders and took out a weapon of war from who knows where and joined in the digging. How can you be so shameless? The skeletal division leader was dazed for a moment before it was filled with hatred. It wanted to charge up as well. Unfortunately, the bones in his body were scattered and had yet to be pieced back together, so he could not join in the digging of the grave. He could only watch as the man and cat dug the grave with all their might. Whoosh! A moment later, a mausoleum was dug open, and an ink-black crystal coffin emerged from within. This is a coffin made from the profoundine black crystal. This stone contains powerful profoundine chi of heaven and earth. It has long since disappeared from the continent. Even in the outer realms, it is a rare treasure. The skeletal division leader understood that the black crystal coffin was a source of energy and a medium for curses. Looking closely, there was a corpse within the black crystal coffin that was very well preserved and radiated a faint power. How magical! This corpse has been here for so many years, but its aura hasn't disappeared. There seems to be a remnant soul aura as well. Could it be caused by the mystic-ine black crystal stone? Zhao Feng was curious. Through the god's spiritual eye, he found that this corpse had a similar aura to the ghost corpses he controlled. Come! A gray pearl appeared in Zhao Feng's hand and a dark mist swept out, putting the corpse away. Damn it, this is a true lord rank ghost corpses. The skeletal division leader not far away roared in its heart. It knew very well that the 100 Graves Forbidden Ground used the corpses of 100 true lord ranks and above to create the curse of 100 graves. Keep digging. Zhao Feng laughed. He had just collected a cursed body when he clearly sensed the excitement of the Pearl of 10,000 Ghost. It was a feeling that was similar to hunger. Whoosh! 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 The human and cat ignored the power of the curse and continued to dig. The skeletal division leader's heart shook as it watched the powerful corpses being put into the 10,000 Ghost Pearl. What's this brat doing? Is he trying to build an army of ghost corpses? Chapter 488. The morning of the second day. The tombs at the center of the 100 Graves Forbidden Ground were now empty. All that was left was a large hole in the ground and the smell of rotting earth. The human and cat put away the tools in their hands and smiled. The skeletal division leaders gazed toward the human and cat had become numb after the initial shock, unwillingness, jealousy, and hatred. 100 skeletons, 100 true lord rank corpses. Under the nourishment of the mystic-ine black crystal stone and the power of the forbidden ground, none of their auras have dissipated. The skeletal division leader screamed in its heart. Unfortunately, the person who obtained all of this wasn't it. Even if it knew that there were 100 true lord rank corpses in the 100 Graves Forbidden Ground, it didn't have the ability to take them. But right now, the man and the cat had openly dug out the source of the forbidden land of 100 Graves power. Not bad, not bad. Little thieving cat, you've done well this time. Zhao Feng's face was red. Once these 100 true Lord rank corpses were refined into ghost corpses, it would be equivalent to an army of true Lord rank ghost corpses. Anyone who could wield this power would be able to sweep through the sects and factions of several powerful countries like Child's Play. In fact, it would not be difficult for them to destroy a powerful country. Of course. It was not an easy task to refine all the bones into enslaved ghost corpses. Firstly, these bones were only the main ingredient. A large amount of supplementary materials were needed. Secondly, the process of refining ghost corpses required a large amount of time and effort, and one needed to be extremely familiar with the path of ghost corpses. Although Zhao Feng had 2 true Lord rank ghost corpses, it was easy for him to refine them. In reality, any ghost corpses needed a long time to reach the true spirit realm. I've only touched a little on the path of ghost corpses and am good at controlling them. However, to refine 100 true Lord rank ghost corpses. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on the skeletal division leader. The skeletal division leader's body shook. A while later. I'll leave this difficult and great mission to you. Zhao Feng smiled and patted the skeletal division leader's shoulder. The skeletal division leader's skeleton shook, and the bones it had just reconnected almost fell apart. Although these corpses are all at the true Lord rank, it takes a lot of effort to refine one. The skeletal division leader wanted to cry. It seemed that Zhao Feng was using him as a high-level coolie. However, the skeletal division leader was enslaved by Zhao Feng. In order to live, it had to listen to its master's orders, no matter what. Zhao Feng held the myriad ghost pearl in his hand and sent his consciousness into it. Inside the 10,000 ghost pearl was a patch of gloomy, damp black soil that was shrouded in all kinds of ghostly mist and yin qi all year round. The 2 dark silver poison corpses were lying in a corner, being nurtured by the myriad ghost pearl's enormous ghostly aura of death. After the 100 true Lord rank corpses entered the 10,000 ghost pearl, their auras started to change. There seems to be a mysterious power within the 10,000 ghost pearl that's suitable for creating and strengthening ghostly corpses. Zhao Feng didn't study the 10,000 ghost pearl much. After all, his main focus was on his eye bloodline and the wind lightning inheritance. From the looks of it, even if Zhao Feng didn't go out of his way to refine them, these 100 true Lord rank corpses would automatically become zombies after a few years. Several days later, in the Iron Dragon Strong country. In the middle of the desert, a dilapidated and desolate ancient castle was almost swallowed by the yellow sand. At this moment, the enormous ancient castle was already in ruins. Today, the headquarters of the Iron Dragon Alliance had been completely destroyed. Apart from the skeletal division leader, the rest of the upper echelon of the Iron Dragon Alliance had either surrendered or died. A few of them managed to escape. Although more than a dozen days had passed, there were still many experts in the castle. Old Su, Elder Bai, Sang Yuyue, Lin Tong, and company were all in the castle. Maybe they were guarding against the return of the skeletal division leader, or maybe they were expecting something else. That Zhao Feng went to chase after the upper echelon of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion alone. The situation isn't looking good. Lin Tong murmured to himself as he looked at the castle. From the bottom of his heart, he admired Zhao Feng, whether it was his strength or his courage. He even hoped that Zhao Feng would die in the pursuit. This way, he would be able to regain his freedom. However, he knew that the possibility wasn't high. Zhao Feng's soul and eye bloodline had reached a level that Lin Tong could only look up to. That youth was one of the overwhelming prodigies of the continent, and after returning to the cloud area, he had single-handedly controlled this region. It's been more than a dozen days, and there's no news at all. Old Su was slightly worried. No one agreed with Zhao Feng's decision to chase after the skeletal division leader. Although the Scarlet Moon demonic religion had been destroyed, its power was still there. How could the methods of an upper echelon of the demonic religion be measured? Old Su doesn't need to worry too much. Zhao Feng doesn't seem like an impulsive person. If he dares to chase after the Scarlet Moon demonic religion by himself, he must have something up his sleeves. Elder Bai smiled faintly. She didn't care too much about Zhao Feng's life or death, but she thought that since Zhao Feng had come out of that unknown inheritance, he probably had some kind of killing move. On the evening of that day a streak of bright lightning flashed past and landed on the ruins of the ancient castle below. "I'm back." A ripple of wind and lightning spread across the castle. Old Su and company felt a slight numbness, but their bodies were extremely comfortable. Everyone shook as they looked toward the blue-haired youth not far away. "You're finally back. It's good that you're fine." Old Su let out a long breath. Many people in the castle let out a long breath. No one had any hope that Zhao Feng would be able to kill the skeletal division leader, so they were all happy that he would be able to return safely. On top of that, Zhao Feng didn't seem to be injured. He was just slightly tired. "Chapter leader, you're finally back. We've been so worried these past few days." Dai Yi and Jiang Sanfeng came from the other side of the castle. On that day, Zhao Feng used his eye of heaven to inspect the situation in the castle and left the two of them behind to charge over alone. When Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi arrived, the battle had already ended and Zhao Feng was nowhere to be seen. The two asked around and found out that Zhao Feng had gone to chase after the skeletal division leader, which made their hearts tremble. Others wouldn't even have the time to hide from a Scarlet Moon Division master-level figure, but you're still chasing after him single-handedly. However, at this moment, everyone let out a long breath when they saw that Zhao Feng had returned safely. Even Lin Tong sighed bitterly. He hadn't escaped Zhao Feng's control in the end. Elder Bai stared at Zhao Feng with a complicated expression. He originally believed that since Zhao Feng had failed in his pursuit, he would return in defeat or at least suffer a small loss. However, Zhao Feng had returned unharmed. At this moment, everyone was looking curiously and anxiously at Zhao Feng. What was the result? "Zhao Feng, did you catch up to the skeletal division leader?" Elder Bai couldn't help but be curious. Everyone present, including Zhang Yuyue, Lin Tong, and the two from the Canopy Great Country, were extremely concerned about this question. "Did you catch it?" Zhao Feng paused. It was obvious that everyone thought that he hadn't caught up to the skeletal division leader. From Zhao Feng's expression, it didn't seem like he had just gone through a battle of life and death. Instead, he looked relaxed and nonchalant. It was as if he had just gone out to play. "Everyone. The skeletal division leader's matter has been dealt with. The cloud area has been dealt with. There are no more problems. It won't be long before I leave as well." Zhao Feng laughed. He was in a good mood. He had single-handedly dealt with the situation in the cloud area, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. Furthermore, the rewards he had reaped from this trip to Cloud Horizon were beyond his imagination. Upon hearing this, everyone began to celebrate and rejoice, apparently infected by Zhao Feng's joy. From today onwards, the era of the Iron Dragon Alliance will never return. Old Su clapped and laughed. He obviously knew that Zhao Feng wouldn't leave so easily until he had dealt with the danger in the cloud area. "Zhao Feng, did you already kill the skeletal division leader?" Elder Bai paused and felt that something was wrong. When Zhao Feng mentioned the skeletal division leader, he didn't say he killed it. Instead, he used the word dealt with. Hearing this, everyone's gaze once again gathered on Zhao Feng. That's right. How was the skeletal division leader dealt with? Is the skeletal division leader dead or not? Everyone was obviously unsatisfied with Zhao Feng's dealt with and wanted to know the specifics. Old Su's eyes twinkled. He felt that there was definitely a secret. "Everyone, don't worry. Although the skeletal division leader isn't dead, it's no longer a threat to the cloud area." Zhao Feng smiled. No one knew what he was thinking. He didn't want too many people to know that he had already submitted to the skeletal division leader, especially Elder Bai. The skeletal division leader isn't dead. Many people hiccuped. Their joy disappeared, and a shadow appeared in their hearts. The upper echelon members of the Dragon-Killing Alliance felt uneasy. Although Zhao Feng said that the cloud area was no longer a threat, they still couldn't calm down. At its peak, a single subdivision of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion could destroy the cloud area. On top of that, there was still a division leader still alive. Lin Tong's eyebrows furrowed. The calm smile on Zhao Feng's face made him realize that things weren't as they thought. However, no matter what they asked, Zhao Feng only smiled faintly and didn't give a clear answer. Could it be that Zhao Feng was successfully ambushed by the skeletal division leader and is now being controlled by the Scarlet Moon demonic religion? Coldness flashed through Elder Bai's eyes. However, before confirming the truth, she didn't dare to make any rash moves. Moreover, with her strength, she would find it very difficult to defeat Zhao Feng. At best, she had a 50-50 chance of winning. Half a day later. When the crowd dispersed, Elder Bai, Sang Yuyue, and company all left. Zhao Feng and Old Su were the only ones in a secret room in the castle. "Brother Zhao, what's the situation like? Otherwise, how can I be at ease if you leave like this?" Old Su asked solemnly. "You want to know where the skeletal division leader is?" "That's right," Old Su gritted his teeth. "Hee, isn't he right next to you?" A layer of gray mist pervaded the secret chamber. Hearing this, Old Su couldn't help but take a closer look. A familiar skeleton could be vaguely seen in the gray mist, with two balls of dark red flames flickering in its eye sockets. Skeletal division leader. This sight terrified him to the point the hairs on his entire body stood on end, and he almost fell off his chair. Chapter 489. Within the secret chamber, the dark mist started to slowly disappear and engulfed the skeletal division leader. Old Su sat on the ground, stunned and speechless. It was as if he had suffered a huge blow and wasn't able to calm down for a long time. He stared deeply at the blue-haired youth for a long time with a complicated expression. No one could imagine that Zhao Feng didn't just defeat or kill the skeletal division leader, he had actually subdued this division leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. It was laughable that some people still doubted that Zhao Feng had solved the skeletal division leader's problem. As expected, you won't leave until the cloud area is solved. Old Su let out a long breath. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and put away the 10,000 ghost pearl. After leaving the 100 graves forbidden ground, Zhao Feng put the skeletal division leader into the 10,000 ghost pearl. This was the skeletal division leader's suggestion. The 10,000 ghost pearl was suitable for ghost corpses to live in, but it was obvious that the skeletal division leader had surpassed the limits of a normal human. Inside the 10,000 ghost pearl, the skeletal division leader's body was able to quickly recover from its injuries and strength. A while later, Zhao Feng and Old Su walked out of the secret chamber and appeared in the ruins of the castle. There were still some figures within the castle, such as Jiang Sanfeng, Dai Yi, Lin Tong, Princess Jean, and company. Everyone found that Old Su's clothes were drenched in sweat when he walked out. He seemed to have been scared out of his wits. On the other hand, Zhao Feng still had a faint smile on his face. Lin Tong, Princess Jean, and company couldn't help but guess. Although Princess Jean and company were curious, they knew that if Zhao Feng and Old Su didn't say anything, some secrets would remain hidden. Chapter Leader. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi walked to Zhao Feng's left and right. Zhao Feng nodded his head at Old Su before leading the two away from the castle and heading back to the Broken Moon clan. "Brother Zhao, don't worry. The cloud area will be reshuffled." Old Su sent off Zhao Feng and company with his eyes. In the following days, the situation in the Cloud Horizon domain underwent a tremendous change. In just a few months, the Iron Dragon Alliance, which had once ruled the world, had crumbled. The old era ended, and the new era ushered in. After the Iron Dragon Alliance was destroyed, the Dragon Killing Alliance replaced it and supported the Sky-Rich Imperial family to create the Dragon Killing Empire. The Dragon-Slaying Country would rule over the territories of the former Sky-Rich Country and Iron Dragon Country, but the headquarters would be built in the 13 countries. To be more precise, it would be in the Cloud Country, one of the 13 countries of the Cloud Country. Nominally, the Dragon-Killing Kingdom ruled over the 13 countries, but the one that truly decided the fate of the world was the Dragon-Killing Alliance, the representative of the world of sections. There was a reason why Old Su established the Dragon-Killing Alliance in the Cloud Nation. A few days later, Zhao Feng and Jiang Sanfeng first went to the Broken Moon clan after returning to the Cloud Country. On this trip back, Zhao Feng wanted to bid farewell. Broken Moon Clan, First Elder's Palace. Master, in order to save us, you lost an arm. When I return to the Canopy Great Country, I'll forge a suitable weapon for you. Zhao Feng looked at First Elder's empty sleeve and promised solemnly. As long as he could forge the Wheel of Light and Darkness, even if First Elder lost an arm, his strength would still increase. After returning from the Purple Saint ruins, Zhao Feng had given him some rare spiritual pills and resources. Not only did they heal First Elder's injuries, they also allowed him to break through to the peak true human rank, not far from the true mystic rank. The new clan master of the Broken Moon clan, Yang Gan, had broken through to the true spirit realm a few days ago. The entire Broken Moon clan's strength had increased by several times, becoming the strongest clan in the 13 countries. Adding on the fact that true Lord Taishao, Lin Tong, and other experts were in the clan, Zhao Feng estimated that the Broken Moon clan was close to a half-star. Feng, I only hope that you can go further. First Elder's eyes were moist as he watched Zhao Feng and company fly away from the Sky Moon Mountain. No one knew when Zhao Feng would return. Of course, before he left, Zhao Feng had made preparations. The dark heart seed in Lin Tong's body had been strengthened by him, and he had even left a mark of the God Eye on it. It was obvious that with Lin Tong's potential, it wouldn't be hard for him to break through to the true Lord rank. With this strengthened dark heart seed and the mark of the God Eye, I might be able to summon the Eye of Heaven if there's any danger in the future. Zhao Feng had obviously thought about the distant future. As his Eye bloodline power became stronger, he would be able to summon the Eye of Heaven even in the Canopy Great Country. The mark of the God Eye was like a coordinate. Chapter Leader, the situation in the cloud area has stabilized. When do we leave? Jiang Sanfeng asked. There's one more thing. A rare warmth appeared on Zhao Feng's face. Half a day later, Zhao Feng went to a secret place deep in the mountains to see his parents and other relatives of the Zhao clan. Amongst them was Lord Guanjuan. Back then when Zhao Feng left the cloud area, First Elder had not only thought of a way out for him, but he had also arranged for some people, including Zhao Feng's parents and master. After spending a few days with his parents, Zhao Feng finally left and said goodbye to Lord Guanjuan. Chiao! Zhao Feng turned into a streak of lightning and left with Jiang Sanfeng and Bei Moi. Lord Guanjuan looked at the back of his disciple with an uncontrollable pride on his face. Shua! An old-fashioned youth appeared out of nowhere and stood next to Lord Guanjuan. Master, disciple can't stay by your side anymore. I'm also leaving the cloud area. Bei Moi bowed deeply towards Lord Guanjuan. Lord Guanjuan was happy. With Zhao Feng and Bei Moi as his disciples, he could die without regrets. Back then, Bei Moi had to make a choice under the pressure of the elders. Although he was Hai Yun Master's disciple, Bei Moi only had Lord Guanjuan as his master. I've been hiding in the Hai Yun sect, waiting for the day to come. But unfortunately, Brother Zhao is too strong. Bei Moi watched as Zhao Feng's figure disappeared into the sky. This junior brother of his had risen step by step from being an ant at the bottom of the sect, like a miraculous comet, competing with the unreachable elders of the sect. In the end, he had succeeded. Not only had he changed the fate of the Broken Moon clan, he had also changed the fate of the cloud area. Several days later, the news of the dragon-killing strong country spread across the cloud area. The strongest force in the cloud area was the dragon-killing alliance, which was above all other clans and families. But apparently, the first elder of the dragon-killing alliance was Zhao Feng, who had left not long ago. Zhao Feng didn't appear at the opening hall. However, no one in the cloud area doubted his position as the first elder of the dragon-killing alliance. Even years later, the title of first elder of the dragon-killing alliance was still talked about. Even though Zhao Feng hadn't returned for a long time after leaving the cloud area. In the vast and uninhabited wilderness, a golden-green bird spread its wings and its speed was extremely fast, almost reaching the true lord rank. The golden-green bird carried the three and slowly left the cloud area. Chapter leader, I wonder how big of an impact you'll bring to the continent. Dai Yi giggled. Even at the peak of this great era, the number of overwhelming prodigies like Zhao Feng could be counted on one hand. Zhao Feng was only 18 years old. The overwhelming prodigies of the older generation such as Yu Tianhao and Goddess Bing Wei were all 10 years older than General Zhao Feng. Chapter leader, you've returned from the inheritance and your cultivation has reached the early stage true lord rank. Apart from Yu Tianhao, probably no one is your match. There was a hint of respect in Jiang Sanfeng's words. Zhao Feng understood from the two that Yu Tianhao had reached the early stage true lord rank right after returning from the inheritance and his aura shocked the older true lord ranks. Looks like Yu Tianhao reached the early stage true lord rank half a year ago. Zhao Feng murmured. In the current continent, only Yu Tianhao was comparable to Zhao Feng. Both Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi thought so. However, an ordinary youth appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Xian Wuheng and Yu Tianhao entered the Heaven's Legacy inheritance together, but only Yu Tianhao came out. Jiang Sanfeng said. Xian Wuheng also didn't come back. Zhao Feng was surprised. In the eyes of others, not coming out from the inheritance was the same as being sentenced to death. Zhao Feng didn't deny this. However, nothing was absolute. For example, Zhao Yufei was an exception. Not only did she not come out from the inheritance, but she also had great fortune. Zhao Feng estimated that the fortune of the other geniuses in this sacred true dragon gathering probably couldn't be compared to Zhao Yufei. Including Zhao Feng, in terms of fortune, he was slightly worse than Zhao Yufei. After all, Zhao Yufei was about to inherit the entire ruins. One had to know that the Purple Saint Ruins inheritance was already above other inheritances unless it was the Heaven's Legacy inheritance. There are 3 things I need to solve in my return to Canopy. Zhao Feng thought as he sat on the golden green bird. The first was to send the elixir of life to the main headquarters of the Iron Blood religion to save the mysterious scarlet-haired elder. The second was to make the Wheel of Light and Darkness for First Elder. The third was about his fiancée, Lu Qinxin. The first 2 weren't hard for Zhao Feng. However, the third. Zhao Feng felt his head hurt. Back then, after escaping from the flooding lake city, Zhao Feng gave Lu Qinxin a promise, one day, when I have nothing to worry about, I'll come back and marry you. Currently, Zhao Feng had successfully stabilized the cloud area and had nothing to worry about. Now was the time for Zhao Feng to fulfill his promise. Get married. In Zhao Feng's mind, the image of a girl that was like a goddess from a painting appeared. He didn't reject Lu Qinxin. When he ran away from the marriage, Lu Qinxin chased after him and made a bet. However, Zhao Feng used Lu Qinxin's weakness and barely won. But because of this, he felt a trace of guilt and love. In the end, he made a promise even though Lu Qinxin might not agree. 2 months later, the gold and jade bird flew across half of the northern continent and finally arrived at the border of the Canopy Great Country, welcoming a vast river. Is the flooding lake city after crossing the furious Sky River? Zhao Feng asked. Chapter leader, we will indeed pass through the flooding lake city on the way back. However, the flooding Lake Lu family. At this point, Jiang Sanfeng couldn't help but hesitate. He knew that the flooding Lake City Lord's order for Zhao Feng hadn't been revoked yet. Chapter 490. The Furious Sky River was one of the three major river zones in the northern continent and was located in the Canopy Great Country. The water flowed through the mountains, plains and deserts, seeming to tear the entire continent in half. This river was extremely powerful and one wave could swallow those at the ascended realm. Even those at the seventh sky wouldn't be able to avoid it. The air above the river was filled with strong gales that were enough to rip some powerful beasts to pieces. Even normal true human rank experts wouldn't be able to easily cross this river. There were many legends about the Furious Sky River. Apparently, the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance, ranked first of the four great inheritances, appeared here tens of thousands of years ago and gave birth to the Furious Sky River. On this day, a weird scene appeared in the depths of the Furious Sky River where the waves were. A deep and strange sound suddenly came from the center of the monstrous waves, and a small cyan whirlpool could be vaguely seen. The moment that small cyan whirlpool appeared, the water in the surroundings suddenly became deathly still, as if it had frozen. When the azure whirlpool slowly spun and gave off an ancient aura as if it was connected to the other side of space. Around a few breaths later, the azure whirlpool suddenly shook and stopped for an instant. Immediately following that, with a schwa, a normal azure-robed male appeared on the surface of the river with his eyes closed. The terrifying waves in the depths of the Furious Sky River were enough to rip apart normal true spirit realms. However, the place where the green-robed man stood was calm and tranquil, and the water surface was like a mirror. Azure Flower Continent. You're back. The green-robed man opened his eyes. That ordinary face had a pair of deep and boundless eyes. They were mysterious and unfathomable, as if they had experienced the cycle of reincarnation for many years. This male seemed to be in his 20s, but he had a different feeling compared to others of the same age. If the geniuses of the sacred True Dragon Gathering, including the 5 overwhelming prodigies, saw this person, their expressions would change dramatically. This azure-robed male was Xian Wuheng, who had entered the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance. There's not much left for me to stay here. Xian Wuheng stood there for a long time before sighing. He didn't leave the Furious Sky River and instead laid on the water and followed the waves down. As one of the 3 great river zones of the continent, the Furious Sky River was said to be able to reach the edge of the continent and connect to the Endless Sea. Outside the continent is the Endless Void Sea. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Xian Wuheng slowly closed his eyes. His tiny body was quickly submerged by the raging waves. On the 3rd day after Xian Wuheng drifted away. Whoosh! A golden jade bird flew above the New Tian River with some difficulty. On the golden green bird, Zhao Feng and the other 2 looked at the other side of the raging Sky River. Tens of thousands of years ago, the heavenly secret inheritance descended upon this place. It was like the creation of the world. It was Zhao Feng's 2nd time passing this river, and he couldn't help but sigh. The first time he crossed the angry Sky River, he had just entered the Canopy Great Country. He was unfamiliar with the place and even had to live under someone else's roof. In comparison, Zhao Feng was much more relaxed when he returned to the Canopy continent. He stood with his hands behind his back with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Division Leader Zhao, are you really going to Flooding Lake City? Dai Yi probed again. The Flooding Lake City belonged to the Lu family, one of the 4 major families. Empress Qin of the Lu family was the core of the Imperials. In these years, the Iron Blood religion and the Imperials had been on equal footing. Simply put, the Lu family and the Iron Blood religion were enemies. Even if they didn't have this relationship, everyone knew that Zhao Feng was wanted by the Flooding Lake City Lord. Since I'm passing by, I have to go to the Flooding Lake City. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate at all. Firstly, it was the marriage with Lu Qinqin. Secondly, Taigon Master was usually stationed near the flooding lake city. Even if Zhao Feng wanted to forge the wheel of light and darkness for First Elder, he had to ask Taigon Master. Half a day later, the golden green bird flew near the flooding lake city. A true mystic rank flying spiritual pet. Some of the Lu family guards on the flooding lake city walls were frightened. In the Canopy Great Country, true human rank experts could be found everywhere and weren't rare. However, those above the true mystic rank were extremely rare. Even in a great country, those at the true lord rank would stand at the pinnacle and shake the entire region. From this one could see how rare flying spiritual pets at the true mystic rank were. In the entire flooding lake city, there weren't many flying spiritual pets at this level. Watch them. These people aren't from the flooding lake city. The guards on the city walls didn't dare to make any rash movements and quickly notified the upper echelons. That blue-haired youth looks familiar. The eyes of some of the guards paused as they looked at Zhao Feng on the golden green bird. The few of them subconsciously glanced at a wanted poster near the city gate. Although the portrait was a bit tattered, it could still be seen clearly. It was a youth with blue hair and blue eyes. There was a thieving cat on his shoulder, giving off a cold and savage aura. Oh my God! The most wanted criminal of the flooding lake city? Is this not a dream? The guards fell into a momentary daze. Generally speaking, it was unheard of for a wanted person to walk into the flooding lake city without disguising himself. However, by the time the guards reacted, the golden green bird had already flashed past them. Its speed was so fast that they could only see a black dot. A while later. Zhao Feng. Are you sure it's him? An excited voice came from a youth in purple armor. Young Master Lu Yuan. The guards on the city walls all bowed. This young Master Lu Yuan's cultivation had reached the true human rank. If Zhao Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this young Master Lu Yuan. When he first entered the flooding lake city, it was this young Master Lu Yuan who welcomed him. If it wasn't for this young Master Lu Yuan, Zhao Feng wouldn't have participated in the marriage-finding competition and met Lu Qinqin. When Zhao Feng ran away, Lu Yuan also participated in the chase but was instantly killed by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. Zhao Feng. I didn't think you'd return to the flooding lake city after a year or two. The overwhelming prodigy of the continent. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and thought back to the past with a complicated expression. So. A sharp light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he turned into a scarlet streak of light and chased after the golden green bird. However, in terms of speed, the golden green bird was at the true mystic rank and a flying beast, so it was obviously faster than Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan tried his best but was unable to catch up to the golden green bird. Overwhelming prodigy. Am I going to miss the most wanted criminal of the flooding lake city just like that? Lu Yuan felt an intense unwillingness in his heart. He didn't understand why he wanted to catch up to Zhao Feng so badly. Maybe it was because he had lost to Zhao Feng before and felt humiliated. Or maybe it was because the overwhelming prodigy's glory had an irresistible charm on him. Compared to that, being the most wanted criminal of the flooding lake city was just an excuse. In reality, if the golden green bird didn't stop, Lu Yuan wouldn't be able to catch up with his speed. Putting aside those at the true human rank, even those at the true mystic rank couldn't compare to flying beasts of the same cultivation. Maybe the heavens heard Lu Yuan's shout, but the golden green dot suddenly slowed down and landed in the center of the flooding lake city. The place where the golden green bird landed was the city lord's palace. In the past, there had been a marriage contest that shook the entire flooding lake city. So. 3 figures landed in front of the city lord's palace. The blue-haired youth in the middle had a look of reminiscence. Back then, he had stayed in the flooding lake city for half a year. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi didn't have the same revisiting mood as Zhao Feng. This is the core area of the Flooding Lake Lu family. The Flooding Lake City Lord, Lu Jiutian, is a famous True Lord rank that has defeated several older True Lord ranks in less than 2 years. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi were uneasy. The Iron Blood religion and the Flooding Lake City could be said to be enemies, especially after Zhao Feng ran away. If it was a normal day, they wouldn't dare to come to the Flooding Lake City Lord's palace even if they had 100 guts. Furthermore, there was a portrait of Zhao Feng in front of the city gates. Isn't that the son-in-law of the city lord who flipped the sky? Son-in-law of the city lord? Zhao Feng. He's back. Discussion broke out in front of the city lord's palace. After all, Zhao Feng had stayed in the Flooding Lake City for half a year and many people knew him. Chapter Leader. Are you trying to take over the Flooding Lake City? Jiang Sanfeng felt uneasy. More and more people gathered around and even some true spirit realm experts of the Flooding Lake Lu family arrived. However, these experts didn't dare to act rashly due to the three's cultivation, especially Zhao Feng's overwhelming prodigy title. However, from the looks of it, Zhao Feng had no intentions of dodging. Back then, the Flooding Lake City shamelessly forced Zhao Feng to marry and even put him on the wanted list. Now that Zhao Feng has broken through to the True Lord rank, could he be here for revenge? Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi guessed. Not only did the two think so, even Lu Yuan had the same thought. Back then, Lu Yuan had personally witnessed the entire process of Zhao Feng being forced to marry and could be said to be a witness. The Flooding Lake City Lord forced Zhao Feng to marry and put him on the wanted list, forcing him to join the Iron Blood religion. Now that Zhao Feng has become an overwhelming prodigy, it's said that some of the stronger overwhelming prodigies have battle power comparable to the True Lord rank. Thinking up to here, Lu Yuan's heart jumped. That's right. Zhao Feng was definitely here for revenge. Quickly notify the city lord. Quick. Lu Yuan's heart was burning with impatience. He couldn't imagine what would happen if a True Lord rank were to erupt in the Flooding Lake City. On one hand, he sent people to notify the Flooding Lake City Lord, on the other hand, he also took action. Brother Zhao. Long time no see. How have you been? Lu Yuan squeezed out a smile as he braced himself and dashed over. The reputation of the continent's unparalleled prodigy made many experts revere him. Although Zhao Feng's aura was concealed, he didn't purposely hide it. Some of the older generation experts could see through it and were stunned. Lu Yuan. You've come at the right time. Go tell the city lord that Zhao Feng wants to see me. I've returned to the Flooding Lake City to fulfill the promise of the marriage. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on Lu Yuan and he smiled faintly. Of course he remembered Lu Yuan. If it wasn't for this person, he wouldn't have participated in the martial arts competition and wouldn't have gotten involved. What? Wants to see the city lord? Fulfill the marriage? The expressions of Lu Yuan and company changed dramatically. Even Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Ye's jaws dropped. Didn't Zhao Feng come back for revenge? Chapter 491. Within an elegant library within the city lord's palace. A male and female sat opposite each other and talked. Qin Sword Palace Master, you came all the way to the Flooding Lake just to find the Sky Qin 9 music. The Flooding Lake City Lord sat there, looking as scholarly as ever. However, there was a hint of loneliness and coldness in his expression. The female opposite him looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. She had an indescribable elegance to her. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly fragile beauty was the leader of one of the 8 monstrous powers, the Qin Sword Palace. Lu Jiutian, you and I have a bit of a relationship. The heavenly Qin 9 music is the supreme sacred technique of the Tao of the Qin in the northern continent. It's related to the Qin Sword Palace's Qin Sword 9 mystic scripture. Leaving this sacred music score to an outsider like you wouldn't be of much use. The Qin Sword Palace Master smiled and tried to convince the Flooding Lake City Lord. I know that the celestial zither 9 sounds is extremely tempting to someone like you who practices the zither and sword. Not only you, even Empress Qin is interested in it. The Flooding Lake City Lord's expression was calm and emotionless. Empress Qin. She also came to find you. The Qin Sword Palace Master's eyebrows furrowed. The Empress Qin of the great country was very powerful, and even though she was the Qin Sword Palace Master, she was wary of her. Furthermore, the Qin Sword Palace and the Lu family were both part of the Imperials. Empress Qin and the Qin Sword Palace Master represented the great country and had the highest status. If the two of them wanted something at the same time, even veteran true lord ranks would feel pressured. Neither side could be easily offended. I've already rejected Empress Qin. The Flooding Lake City Lord said. You rejected Empress Qin. Hearing this, the Qin Sword Palace Master was half happy and half worried. She was happy because Empress Qin was no longer a strong competitor, but worried because the Flooding Lake City Lord didn't even want to offend Empress Qin. This meant that it would be hard for her to achieve her goal. The music was left behind by Qinqin's mother, and Qinqin has always treasured it. Even if it's useless to me, I won't casually give it away. The Flooding Lake City Lord quickly shook his head and expressed his attitude. The Qin Sword Palace Master wasn't surprised. The Flooding Lake City Lord was a sentimental person and it wouldn't be easy to move him with benefits. She was thinking of a way to move the Flooding Lake City Lord. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from the outer gate. City Lord, something bad has happened, loud exclamations came from outside the library. The Flooding Lake City Lord's face sank and he asked angrily, what happened? This library was where the Flooding Lake City Lord cultivated. Usually, as long as the Flooding Lake City Lord was here, he would be in seclusion. No matter how big or small the Flooding Lake City was, no one dared to disturb him. Furthermore, the Flooding Lake City was currently talking to the Qin Sword Palace Master, who was a major figure in the great country. Maybe something big happened. The Qin Sword Palace Master revealed a questioning expression. The Flooding Lake City Lord snorted. Whoosh! A shadow landed in a corner of the library. Reporting to the City Lord, Zhao Feng has returned. Who's back? Zhao Feng. The Flooding Lake City Lord's body shook and he was startled. Zhao Feng. Is he one of the overwhelming prodigies, the one who ran away from the marriage? The Qin Sword Palace Master revealed a weird expression. That Zhao Feng is in front of the City Lord's palace and says that he wants to see you, the shadow said carefully. However, before he finished speaking, the Flooding Lake City Lord's eyes turned silver red and a bright red light spread in the air. Zhao Feng. You still have the face to come to the Flooding Lake City? You're courting death. An enraged roar shook the entire Flooding Lake City. A red light spread in the air above the City Lord's palace and the fire yuan power resonated with it, forming a shocking phenomenon. At that moment, the entire City Lord's palace, from those at the True Spirit Realm to those at the Ascended Realm and Consolidated Realm, all felt a suffocating heat. It felt as if there was high-temperature magma about to gush out of the ground and pour out endless fury. When the True Lord Rank's intent was unleashed, all those at the True Spirit Realm within 1,000 miles could feel the heaven-earth yuan chi ripple. City Lord. Greetings, City Lord. The figures in front of the City Lord's palace bowed in shock. At this moment in time, countless figures in the Flooding Lake City looked up at the bright red light floating in the air, the Flooding Lake City Lord. What a powerful aura. Normal True Lord ranks probably aren't his match. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi exchanged glances with each other in shock. They had participated in the sacred True Dragon gathering and entered the inheritances, so they had seen many things. At this moment in time, the power of the Flooding Lake City Lord's fire technique rose unbelievably. Back then, when Zhao Feng ran away, the Flooding Lake City Lord had broken through to the true Lord rank in this state. City Lord Lu, this junior Zhao Feng has come to visit you. What happened back then? Zhao Feng cupped his fists and bowed. No matter what, the Flooding Lake City Lord was Lu Qinxin's father. Junior, shut up. You have the face to mention what happened back then. Because of you, Qinxin's reputation has been ruined and the Flooding Lake Lu family's reputation has been ruined. The Flooding Lake City Lord floated in the air and roared furiously. His voice was like thunder as the red flames around him roared. Zhao Feng stood calmly, but he didn't care in his heart. Back then, if it wasn't for the Flooding Lake City Lord forcing him, Zhao Feng wouldn't have gotten engaged to Lu Qinxin and run away. In the end, Lu Qinxin caught up and made a bet. Zhao Feng felt guilty and promised to marry her. You've come at the right time. I'll kill you myself, to take revenge for Qinxin. The Flooding Lake City Lord's roar contained traces of grief and indignation. However, he hadn't completely lost his mind. Zhao Feng's cultivation had reached the early stage True Lord rank and was on par with him. Once the two True Lord ranks fought in front of the City Lord's palace, who knew how many innocent people would be harmed. Although the Flooding Lake City Lord was confident, he didn't have the confidence to kill Lu Qinxin in one move. What? Revenge? What happened to Qinxin? Zhao Feng's heart shook and he couldn't help but exclaim. From the Flooding Lake City Lord's words, could something have happened to Lu Qinxin? Before the sacred True Dragon gathering, the Flooding Lake City Lord was at most hostile towards Zhao Feng and put him on the wanted list. However, due to the Iron Blood religion's power, he wouldn't do anything openly. However, from his tone, the hostility had reached the level of deep hatred. Zhao Feng. You're an overwhelming prodigy of the sacred True Dragon gathering. Don't you know that Qinxin met with an accident in the inheritance and hasn't returned yet? The Flooding Lake City Lord laughed in anger and stared coldly at Zhao Feng. So. At this moment in time, the spectators near the City Lord's palace were sent away by the Flooding Lake City Lord. Only Zhao Feng and company were left in front of the City Lord's palace. There was no one within 100 yards. Qinxin hasn't returned. Zhao Feng's expression finally changed as he looked towards Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi both faintly nodded their heads. They had heard that Lu Qinxin hadn't returned from the inheritance. In reality, it wasn't unusual for her to not return from the inheritance. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi thought that Zhao Feng had come to the Flooding Lake City for revenge, so they didn't mention this. Why is it like this? After confirming it, Zhao Feng's heart seemed to be hammered and he was dazed. At this moment in time, his heart was empty, filled with disappointment, regret, and shame. Zhao Feng understood that if Lu Qinxin hadn't returned yet, her chances of survival were extremely slim. After all, not everyone could be like Zhao Yufei and have heaven-defying fortune. Qinxin's personality is calm. If it wasn't for you, she wouldn't have participated in the sacred True Dragon gathering. The Flooding Lake City Lord roared and turned into a red figure that charged towards Zhao Feng. At this moment in time, the people near the City Lord's palace had all been sent away. Zhao Feng's mind was shaken and a clear opening had appeared. This was the best chance to attack. Mystic Fire Burning Demon. The Flooding Lake City Lord's figure instantly appeared in front of Lin Yun and pushed out his palm. A large scarlet light appeared and the flames burned, causing the space around them to twist. Not good. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi only felt the air around them be filled with a layer of red light. The two felt as if they were being burned and circulated their qi of true spirit to no avail. This was just the aura of the Flooding Lake City Lord's attack. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if that palm came crashing down head-on. No wonder the Flooding Lake City Lord wanted to disperse everyone before attacking. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi felt like they were in a furnace and cursed in their hearts. They believed that someone as strong as Zhao Feng should be able to block the flooding Lake City Lord's attack, but the two of them might be caught in the crossfire. The two of you retreat first. A low murmur came from beside his ear. When a numbing electric shock hit the two of them, a ring of wind and lightning rippled like water, producing a powerful repulsive force that pushed Jiang Sanfeng and Lu Yu several hundred feet away. The next instant, pang! The flooding Lake City Lord's furious palm landed on the ground. The front of the City Lord's palace shook and a palm-shaped pit 40 to 50 yards wide appeared. The pit was bottomless. Sii. Some of the experts in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cold air as they endured the impact of the flames. It was as if they were being swept by a raging fire. Boom! Boom! Even though the power of this palm was extremely condensed, the slightest ripple still caused the walls of the City Lord's palace to collapse. Chapter leader just saved us. Dai Yi reacted and her face was filled with worry. In that moment of danger, they only saw Zhao Feng use a secret technique of wind lightning to push them out of the range of the flooding Lake City Lord's palm. As for Zhao Feng, he didn't seem to resist at all. Looking at the bottomless pit, the two couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. In their eyes, although Zhao Feng was strong, he wasn't a body-strengthening expert who could block attacks from true Lord ranks with his body. Not to mention that the flooding Lake City Lord's Inferno Nirvana scripture was at a very high level, and its offensive power was especially strong. Shwa! The flooding Lake City Lord's figure flashed near the pit, but his expression froze. City Lord Lu, I'm indeed ashamed about what happened to Qinshin. A regretful voice sounded in the air. The figure of a blue-haired youth appeared in a ball of wind and lightning. What profound wind lightning! While pushing those two away, he also dodged the flooding Lake City Lord's attack. I heard that Zhao Feng entered the mysterious inheritance. I wonder what he obtained. The Qin Sword Palace Master's eyes twinkled. Chapter 492. Junior. In just a short year, you've reached the true Lord rank. I want to see the battle power of an overwhelming prodigy. The flooding Lake City Lord was extremely surprised that his attack missed and his expression darkened with anger. The two didn't clash head-on, but the flooding Lake City Lord could feel Zhao Feng's terrifying speed. In just a short instant, Zhao Feng had not only dodged the flooding Lake City Lord's attack, he had also helped Jiang Sanfeng and company. If it was a normal true Lord rank, they might be able to dodge the flooding Lake City Lord's attack, but the people around them wouldn't be able to escape. So, with a flash of red light, the flooding Lake City Lord disappeared. The next instant, he appeared in the air several yards away from Zhao Feng. Mystic Fire Sky Sealing Fist. The flooding Lake City Lord's fist was like a mountain of fire and had a chaotic aura of fire that sealed off all of Zhao Feng's paths of retreat. Zhao Feng's heart dropped. The profundity and power of the flooding Lake City Lord's palm technique surpassed early-stage true Lord ranks. This fist was mainly focused on sealing and making it hard to dodge. Chio! Chio! In his vision, Zhao Feng was like a bolt of lightning as his body crumbled. Pang! The flooding Lake City Lord's fist destroyed the wind and lightning, but Zhao Feng had already flashed to the side of the flooding Lake City Lord's head. This Zhao Feng has merged the essence of wind lightning into his body and his speed can't even be seen with the naked eye. The Qin Sword Palace Master who was watching on the side was secretly surprised. Although Zhao Feng hadn't displayed much battle power yet, his speed could be ranked in the top few in the Canopy Great Country. In the sky, Zhao Feng's figure slowly leapt into the clouds. It was as if he didn't want this battle to affect the flooding Lake City below. The flooding Lake City Lord was slightly surprised, but this was good too. He could do whatever he wanted now. Mystic Fire Cloud. The dazzling red light was like a mass of red clouds, exploding layer by layer. The terrifying cloud flames formed a scarlet red storm, engulfing a radius of 1 to 2 miles. The terrifying power of the flames made the hearts of the people in the flooding lake city tremble. Many of the spectators were drenched in sweat, and they felt an indescribable pressure and heat. The flooding lake city lord has used a large-scale battle technique. Let's see how that brat dodges this time. The true spirit realm experts below started to discuss in low voices. Swoosh. 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 Within the exploding cloud of flames, a blue-haired youth appeared. Wind billowed and lightning interweaved on the surface of his body, causing crackling sounds to ring out as he shattered the layers of flame might. Up until now, the flooding lake city lord's attacks had become more and more ferocious. However, Zhao Feng didn't retaliate, dodging the flooding lake city lord's attacks time and time again. Even those at the ascended realm could see that in terms of speed, Zhao Feng easily surpassed the flooding lake city lord. Junior. Why aren't you fighting back? The anger in the flooding lake city lord's heart was filled with anger and confusion. Thinking back to how this youth had been wanted by him for several years, from the initial love to the subsequent anger and killing intent. However, when the other party came to him, he found that it was extremely difficult to take down the other. Zhao Feng didn't retaliate and allowed the flooding lake city lord to attack. The flooding lake city lord wasn't stupid. With his intelligence, it wasn't hard for him to see that this rising star, an overwhelming prodigy, was very likely stronger than him. Back then when I entered the flooding lake city, the flooding lake city lord was forced to marry me, but in that half a year, the flooding lake city lord gave me pointers, protection and large amounts of cultivation resources. The memories of that half a year flashed through Zhao Feng's mind. Back then, he was wanted by Hai Yun Master and was forced to flee to the Canopy Great Country. That period could be said to be the lowest point in Zhao Feng's life. In that period of time, he lived in the flooding lake city as the son-in-law of the city lord and enjoyed good resources and stable cultivation. At that time, apart from forcing him to marry, the flooding lake city lord had treated him very well, giving him pointers and resources. He had completely treated Zhao Feng as his son-in-law. If it wasn't for this, Zhao Feng running away wouldn't have caused the flooding lake city lord to be so angry. In the flooding lake city, I went through a low point in my life and only then was I able to soar. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Furthermore, Qin. Thinking up to there, Zhao Feng didn't feel good. Apart from feeling grateful, he felt even more guilty. Especially since something had happened to Qin. According to logic, there was a 99% chance that she died in the inheritance. It was because of this that Zhao Feng couldn't bear to retaliate. Lu Jiutian. You probably won't be able to kill this brat by yourself. A gentle and pleasant female voice could be heard. The voice came from the Qin Sword Palace Master. Qin Sword Palace Master, I owe you a favor. Help me kill this brat. The flooding lake city lord said. The flooding lake city was his territory, and if he didn't take down Zhao Feng, not only would he lose face, the entire Lu family's reputation would be damaged. Brother Lu, you're being too serious. The Iron Blood religion is our enemy. The Qin Sword Palace Master smiled. She laughed in her heart. That was exactly what I wanted to hear. The flooding lake city lord and Zhao Feng had been fighting for a while, but she didn't interfere because she was waiting for the chance to owe him. If I can help him take down Zhao Feng, then it'll be unreasonable for him not to trade the Sky Qin 9 music. Furthermore, this Zhao Feng has returned from that mysterious inheritance, so he must have a big secret. Thinking up to there, the Qin Sword Palace Master was moved. She had the need to help the flooding lake city lord take down Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng. You ran away from your marriage and now you dare to come to the flooding lake city for revenge? Let me take you down. The Qin Sword Palace Master's expression was cold as she waved her hand, and a qin and a shining sword appeared in front of her. She played the qin with one hand and controlled the sword with the other. In that instant, the sound of music turned into an invisible force that charged toward Zhao Feng. Qin and sword dual desolation. The sword burst through the air, radiating three-colored light as it spat out sword threads that resembled willow leaves toward Zhao Feng. The combination of the qin and sword was perfect. The sound of the qin turned into an invisible force that could disturb and shock one's soul. The powerful sound waves could even attack the weaker organs of the body. With this qin in hand, even an army of 10,000 wouldn't be able to get close to the qin sword palace master. Those below the true lord rank could be instantly killed. On the other hand, the sword technique was the legendary flying sword technique. It could be controlled through the air, and the sword qi was like a spring rain. Not good. It's the qin sword palace master. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi exclaimed. Before this, the two didn't realize that Lu Jiutian wasn't the only true lord rank in the flooding lake city. There was also the qin sword palace master. 1 imperial, 3 sects, 4 families. These 8 forces decided the fate of billions of people. The qin sword palace master was the leader of one of the 3 sects. From a certain perspective, the qin sword palace master's status was on par with the deputy patriarch of the Iron Blood religion. The moment the qin sword palace master attacked, the situation instantly changed. The weird attacks of the qin and sword dual desolation came from the back and caused Zhao Feng to be in a dangerous situation. Below, Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi couldn't help but curse, this qin sword palace master is so shameless. She's using numbers to win and sneak attacking from behind. In terms of battle power, the qin sword palace master wasn't too outstanding. However, the qin sword palace master was one of the most troublesome to deal with. The combination of the qin and sword was hard to deal with and was enough to give most true lord ranks a headache. Good. The qin sword palace master specializes in teamwork. If her qin and sword dual desolation works with a true lord rank, they have a high chance of killing a third true lord rank. The flooding lake city lord's eyes lit up as he saw that the qin sword palace master's attack was cunning. Qin wind sword rain. The sound of the qin in the air was like a storm and the sword qi was like a rain of stars that sealed off all of Zhao Feng's paths of retreat. The qin sword palace master's attack wasn't just limited to the physical dimension. It could also disturb the soul and target the weak organs of the human body. Where did this woman come from? How dare she interfere in my enmity with the flooding lake city? Zhao Feng's expression darkened. The qin sword palace master's cunning attacks greatly restricted his movements. The reason why Zhao Feng didn't fight back against the flooding lake city lord was because of their past relationship and Lu Qinxin. However, he didn't know this woman. Then there was no need to be polite. Zhao Feng harumphed coldly as he released an azure chain of wind and lightning that danced around him. Boom! The qin sword palace master's qin wind sword rain was instantly torn apart by the chaotic chain of wind and lightning. The flooding lake city lord's body went numb as he was pushed back by the powerful attack. What a powerful attack of wind and lightning! The expressions of the two true lord ranks changed dramatically. Their combined attack was shattered by Zhao Feng in one move. Shwa! The light of wind and lightning disappeared, leaving behind only a few arcs of lightning. Watch out! The flooding lake city lord exclaimed. In the next instant, a powerful gust of wind and numbness descended on the qin sword palace master. Shwa! A blue-haired wind figure surrounded by lightning appeared behind her. This speed, how is this possible? The qin sword palace master's expression changed dramatically as she played the qin with one hand and controlled her sword with the other. It was obvious that Zhao Feng had held back before, but his speed was now almost twice as fast as before. Bang! A ball of wind and lightning surrounded Zhao Feng's palm as he used lightning to shatter the qin in front of the qin sword palace master. You actually broke my 6 harmonies jade zither. The qin sword palace master's elegance was gone. Her face was twisted with fear and anger as she spoke in a trembling voice. Killing intent condensed in her eyes as she controlled her sword with her other hand and turned it into a three-colored streak of light that arced through the air towards Xiao Feng. Humph! Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eyes suddenly glared and released a soul-shaking power that seemed to see through the Qin Sword Palace Master's heart. Dang! The Qin Sword Palace Master's flying sword fell from the air. With Zhao Feng's soul power that was comparable to the Origin Core realm, the pressure from his mental energy almost made the Qin Sword Palace Master's mind collapse. Save me. The Qin Sword Palace Master's face was as white as paper, and her body trembled. Her clothes and hair were messy, revealing her snow-white skin. Who told you to mind your own business? Zhao Feng expressionlessly kicked out without even looking. Bam! That kick landed on the Qin Sword Palace Master's chest. You! The Qin Sword Palace Master spat out a mouthful of blood as her body flew back. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.